Thing on? Are we back? I think we're back. Anyway, this is the second of my streams for today. I don't normally split it up like this, but we had a fellow streamer on Twitch, Mike in Principle, released his game Thrusty Ship today. So I spent an hour having fun with that and showing that game off for all my viewers. And now I'm switching gears back to what I normally do, which is coding. I'm working on a game. It's not yet playable. It's going to be a multiplayer online role-playing game. All of my notes that you see links to are in OneNote, and they are publicly available for your perusal at your own convenience. So I've never made a game before, but I have a bunch of experience working on like C++, low-level embedded stuff, and server network stuff. So I'm not so daunted by the multiplayer aspect. I have been working a lot on setting up the infrastructure for this in order to get it to be playable and start adding game content. I'm reasonably far along. The game, when it is available, will be a very retro 2D pixel art game, so that the art is not too much of a daunting task for me, not being a very good artist at all. And it's going to be reminiscent of old games I really enjoyed playing when I was growing up, such as Ultima. But with a lot of different activities, a lot of it hopefully will be driven by feedback I get from you guys. These are the things that I like to do in games, so I put them on my list to start with. Exploration, searching for secrets, solving puzzles, stitching together a story out of quests, or maybe randomly generated, in other words, roguelike. And then some things that might appeal to other players, leveling up, increasing your fame or fortune, working together with other players to fight bosses, maybe crafting your own zone, setting up your own story within the game, maybe a little bit of tower defense or PvP. So we'll see. A lot of these are just nuggets or seeds of ideas that aren't really fleshed out yet. But one aspect of my game I think will be a bit different is it's going to be persistent and evolving. So I'm making sure that the server backend is designed so that it can always be running, even when I need to change it. You'll actually see me in-game changing things. You won't ever have a downtime of the server, at least that's the goal. As I need to bring in new versions of code, I'll be seamlessly taking servers out of the game and then adding them back in. So to do this stuff like that, I have designed the system so that there are multiple servers, and then all the servers and clients talk to each other through standard protocols. I like to use WebSocket. It's nice and convenient for sending both text and binary messages. And I'm using an algorithm called Raft to achieve fault tolerance and replication. So each of these servers has the same state of the game, and one server is selected as a leader, and its job is to replicate changes across the whole cluster. So that if your game client, which is going to be running JavaScript in the browser, is connected to a server and that server is taken offline, the client can switch to another server and not lose progress. Every server will have the same state, and the client can just pick up where it left off. So I have sort of broken up the work into major systems, and these top three are pretty much done. So we have clustering, we have fault tolerance, we have state replication, we have persistence of game state through a sequentially written journal. We have state snapshots in the form of files. It'll probably evolve into being database. And versioning I did very recently, where we can take a server out of the cluster, change its version, put it back in. I put down this term version parole, and that was where if the new version hasn't been proven out yet, we might not let it have full authority over the game. It might be just a backup server. Right now, I'm going with the idea that we will be optimistic and new versions will run, but if it causes the server to crash, the server will be restarted with the previous version to fall back to. So yesterday and today I've been working on client authentication. Authentication is proving you are who you say you are. So yesterday I did work on administrator authentication. Today I'm doing just normal player authentication. Administrator authentication was a little bit more involved, where the administrator has to have an RSA private key, and then we have published the public key. What do you call it? The public key that goes with that private key is published in the server, so that the server can recognize the administrator just by asking the administrator to use their private key to sign a challenge string, which we create at random to avoid replay attacks. And the signature, once verified, proves that the client that's connected on that channel or WebSocket is who they say that they are. I avoid man-in-the-middle attacks by making sure that all of the connections between servers are on the public internet are using transport layer security, sort of like HTTPS. For WebSockets, it's actually WSS, but it's the same thing. We're using certificates and encryption, and should be pretty safe. That's what banks use as well. So player authentication is going to be a lot more standard. So I have the idea to use what a lot of other servers use, which is username and password. And then optionally, I'll let you put in your email address just for password resets. There are, a lot of laws in place that make sure that we don't abuse it. So I need to be very open and say that it's going to be completely optional to put your email address in, and really it's only going to be used if you need to reset your password. If you choose not to use your email address and you forget your password, you're kind of screwed, because there's really no way for you to prove that you were that user, because there's nothing to tie your identity to the player. So tough luck. Unless maybe you've proven your identity before you lost your password, like maybe in game you answered some challenge of mine, and I'm like, okay, I know that that's Rally Monkey, for example. Then maybe I don't need his email address. I can manually reset his password, right? Anyway, standard stuff. We don't want to store the password in the clear, like as is, ever on the server side. So when we store a password, it's going to be through a hashing algorithm, specially designed to make hacking the password file, if it's leaked, very, very expensive and difficult. And it's a standard algorithm that's, I think it's from I can't remember, but it's from security experts, called PBKDF2. There's an internet standard for it. I'm going to be implementing that hash function, but it leverages other stuff I've done in the past, so it probably won't take that long. And we have test vectors that we can easily use to make sure it's done right. So once we can do password hashing, I'm going to set up the player table in memory, and that'll set the stage for having new commands to create a player, and then later for changing password and stuff like that. So we'll have a create player command. They'll enter their username and password. It'll store their new player entry into the player table. So a couple other little subsystems I need to do. I don't have the research completely done for best way to send emails. I know it sounds silly, but on the server end, we have to be very careful. It's not a person sending email, it's a machine. And if we don't do it right, it'll look like we're a spam bot. So I need to do this right. But for now, we can do a few things. We can do some of the mechanics on top of email that we plan to do. For example, like you'd expect, when you ask that your password is reset, we kind of want to generate a random code that we email you, so that we know that if you come back and hit the web server with that code, we know that, yeah, you're in charge of that email account, so you wanted your password reset. Actually, that doesn't really prove that you are in control of your email. It just proves that who you granted authority to in putting in your email address is the one who can reset your password. That's pretty standard, I think. Although if you guys know if I'm doing this wrong, let me know. Anyway, that will allow you to reset your password if you put your email address in. So I think, right, these are the player registration and authentication will use this command and table to, this will be mostly in the coordinator. So a message comes in from a client saying, hey, I want to register as a new player. Here's my username, password. It will use this command to actually add it to this table. And then authentication is very similar. You also send your username and password, only instead of adding an entry in the table, we're going to hash the password and check to make sure it matches. And we might want to put in stuff here where, like, if you enter your wrong password in too many times, it locks you down or maybe times you out for a while to prevent people from just constantly, brute force guessing what your password is. So password changes. It's once you've authenticated, you can change it, of course. Same thing with email. So these will probably be grouped together as in a profile. Part of this profile screen, you'll be able to change these things. So if I get this far, I don't know, this is a lot of work today, but if I get this far, I'll be creating a new React app, which is the client that most players will use. And it'll have 3 screens to begin with, the login screen, registration, and profile. These two might be related in that there might be a button called new user, and it just adds an extra field like email address or something, or extra profile information you want to put in when you register. And then instead of authenticating, it's registration. The profile screen would be if you wanted to change your password or email address or other things that we add in the future. So there we go. I have it both in my notebook for the today, and I also have started using Trello, the Trello board, which looks like this. And I'm kind of liking it so far. It also gives me some nice side effects. For example, I could show in this lane here things that I've done off stream. So I stream for about 4 hours, and then I need to take a break and eat. And then I try to do some work afterwards. Some of it is planning for the next stream, some of it research, and sometimes I just feel like doing some more coding. So in this case, yesterday after the stream, I added controls to add and remove servers in the cluster. I can show you guys that. I need to, actually, I forgot to do this. I need to start up the console. It takes a few minutes. npm start is a little slow, so we'll let that start up. And actually, I need to start the server end as well. To start the server end, it's a little bit faster. We just say wserve, and you can see the orchestrator. I didn't mention what the orchestrator was. I should. It's a little server that is started as a system service. So in Linux, it would be systemd launches this, so it's registered as a system service. Its only job is to start Realm servers if they're not running, and install the correct code versions, and then stop the servers if they misbehave or if they are removed from the cluster. So it starts up. The first thing it does is it reads the configuration. It sees that we have 5 servers and installs the correct code version. So for 2 of them, I have it using the default package of code. And for 3 more I was playing around with yesterday, it's using an actual published version of code from a zip file. Something just crashed? Saw a flash. I'll have to look back at the VOD. Oh, maybe I'm having trouble with crashing. Oh no, I know what that is. That's nothing. Interesting though, we had a server die. And oh, actually this is a nice coincidence. So for some reason server 14 died. And the orchestrator says, well, you were running 2.0.1. I need to downgrade you back to the default version and relaunch you. Actually, it died, but it was still running. Huh. That shouldn't happen. Oh, wait a minute. We tried to launch it. The old one didn't really die. Okay, so it had a little bit of confusion killing server 14, but I think it ended up getting it up and running at the end, right? Oh, wait. No, this is the downgrade process, yeah. Anyway, so we can see this hopefully now if I have this running. And oh, I know why I was getting the key problems, actually. That's because I don't have it, the SSL key is self-signed, right? So right now the Firefox complains that it doesn't like the certificate. I have Chrome set up though to accept it, so this should be able to log in. So we can see the cluster state. We can see that there is a version which is now marked bad. So Actually, there's one bug in that if it's marked bad but other servers are running it, it still keeps them running. Anyway, we can see that server 10 is the leader. That's what that L means. The 4 means we're in term 4, so I've basically run the cluster 4 times since I wiped out the state of it. Every time I stop and start the server, it will increase the term. And anytime any leader server steps down or gets deposed, we up the term. That's part of that raft algorithm, by the way. So yeah, what I worked on since last stream is there are these buttons now I can remove servers from the cluster. Like, boom, you're gone. And I don't like 13 either, so you're gone too. And I also added a thing where you can add something back. So if I say, actually 13 wasn't such a bad guy, let's add him back in. I'll have to fill all this stuff out, but that's the cost. But I can just add him back in. So he gets added back in, we connect to him, he enters the cluster as a follower. Let's put him back down to default. There might have been something wrong with that 201, so let's remove that version. Some other things I can do that I've done in the past, just to show you, is I have a script to put everything I need into a zip file, and then I have a Python-based tool to deploy it to the server. Deploy needs the realm name and then the version number. So let's call it 2.1.0. So it connects as an administrator, so it's authenticating and all that stuff. And we see that it makes a hash of the package so that we can confirm that it didn't get corrupted on the server end. Yeah, that would work on Linux, but I'm on Windows, and Windows is, I don't have Windows set up to look at the shebang, the hashtag exclamation mark. I could probably set that up, but I'm lazy enough to, I'm like, I'll just type Python. Yeah, in Linux, I can just type that and it's fine. So, that's where we are today. I added that last night, and I'll generally, at the end of the stream, clear out what I show I've done the stream, so archive that. And at the beginning, I'll talk about what I did between streams and then archive all cards in this list. And then I'll show what I'm planning to work on this or next stream if it's between streams. And then as I do them, I drag them onto the doing. When we're done, we put it in done. Sound good? So let's do pbkdf2. Sounds intimidating, but it really isn't that big a deal. I hope. So I'm going to make a new project, or should I just put it into hash, actually? It kind of goes with hash, right? Yeah, let's put it into hash. So we'll make a new one we'll just call it, and I always get the acronym wrong, so let me double check. PBKDF2, like, I'm sure that stands for something. I don't know what it stands for. I'm not even going to guess. PBK DF2. Did I get that right? Okay, cool. And then that's tests. So I like to use test-driven development for C++, and specifically Google Test Framework. And for my build systems, I like to use CMake. I made a 30-minute intro video for how I set that up from scratch. Well, I didn't do the Google Test CMake from scratch, but how I would set up a project using them from scratch, if you want to check out that video there. But it's basically a combination of plugins to the VS Code and make a CMake list that look like this, and Google Test Framework, which I'll show you in a second. So the CMake part, I just added a module. I need to add it here. This is like a recipe for making a build system. And you pick either it's called a tool, I think it's called a kit. Yeah, a kit or a generator. I've heard it called a generator. For example, right now I'm using a kit/generator based off of Visual Studio Community 2017, 64-bit, and it actually makes a Ninja file, I think that's what it's called, so that you can run it with Ninja. A Kitboga. Who's a Kitboga? I missed it. But hello there, Multiple Pixels, and hello again, Romania. I'm certainly no Kitboga. I'm like 1/100th of a Kitboga. Oh, a kit. A guy. Ah, all right. I didn't actually see the word kit being used for this until I did this in Visual Studio, and it's like select a kit. I'm like, oh, that's a cool word. Up until now, up until then, I thought of it as a generator because when you run CMake, it says pick a generator, and these are the options, right? So anyway, when we add that, and then I run CMake, it basically updates the build system to include that in the build. We'll do that now. It'll say configuring done, generating done. So it's reading the CMake list when it does that, and then it's making the Ninja / Visual Studio Community 2017 64-bit build system when it says generating. And if you really wanted to see it, there's ugly goo in the build folder under build.ninja, I think. I think this is, again, CMake generator file. It's using the Ninja generator. The tool chain is using Visual Studio, which we can see somewhere down here. Actually, I think you just have to know that it is cl.exe somewhere, or maybe that's in a different file. You get different things generated based off of the kit you select. There we go. So compiler is Visual Studio. The other thing that's kind of handy with CMake, by the way, is the CMake cache. There are lots of options, like for turning on optional features in your build, and all the options end up here. So for example, if I wanted to turn on tests for LibreSSL, I would just simply turn that from off to on, rerun CMake, and it would add the tests to the build. So lots of cool things you can do here. You can, where is it? If I were to turn this from on to off, then the Google test would not use the shared DLL version of the runtime, for example. So lots of little things in there. You plan to make your app available on mobile by WebView. I don't know. I was thinking about that today because I was watching Adam's stream talking about porting it to Android and iOS, and I'm like, I don't know if my game would fit, because I plan to make a game where you have a lot of things on the screen at once. There's going to be a view showing you tiles of what's around you. There's going to be your current party makeup. So imagine, like, how would you do something like World of Warcraft in mobile? I'm sure it can be done. I'd have to probably overlap a lot of things and make things more compact. And I don't know if it's the kind of game that someone would want to play on mobile. Like, do people play RuneScape on mobile? That'd be a good question. If people play RuneScape on mobile, then maybe I should think about that. Zoom in and out, yeah. There's a lot of things that I need to either learn, find other examples of, or get community feedback about. And maybe just prototype. I guess it would be cool, but it would be only worthwhile if people really wanted to play something like I'm making on mobile. All right, so we added that, and it is a new test file, and I'm just basically hijacking an old test file and renaming it pbkdf2 test. And it's not HMAC, it's pbkdf2. So this is how you write tests in Google Test. You use macros like test and expect and assert, and the Google Test GitHub front page has a link to more information on what these mean. But basically, each one of these becomes a function or a callable object. I think it's like a class with a single method that the framework calls. That through the magic of extensions ends up in this list with Test Explorer, or you can run it on the command line, so that each of these is an independent item. And when it runs, if something doesn't match up, like here, this is expecting two things to be equal. If they aren't, this will be marked as a failure. You get a nice red sign, a nice little atom fail like this. I like to leverage Adam's emotes because they're so cool. You'll get like a red fail up here that marks which test has failed. So that's pretty convenient. So as I write code and test-driven development, I'll write the test first. It'll fail because the code doesn't exist to make the test pass. Then I'll make the code, make the test pass, and then repeat. So it's an iterative process where we're either adding a new feature or fixing a bug every time we add a test. And we're building up a huge library of tests. So for example, in Raft, there's like probably 150 tests, all use cases and bugs that I came up with when implementing that algorithm. So that if I were to change or refactor Raft now, I have this nice set of 150 tests that make sure I didn't break anything. So, oh, is there a place you can catch up on the game I'm making? Yeah, it's all my OneNote notebook for now. Yeah, and by the way, the notebook will have a list of streams that I've done under log. And if like searching through my notebook, let's say you're interested in hash functions, and you did a search for hash, and you found that on stream 67 I did basically my own implementation of SHA-2 based off of the Wikipedia pseudocode. You could go to my YouTube, look up stream 67 and watch it, or skim through it or whatnot. Okay, so PBKDF2, I'm going to have similar kind of thing. It's actually using HMAC, so it has the same kind of thing. Like we have a couple of inputs and then an expected output, which looks like a hash code. Only the vectors are going to be different, and the names obviously are going to be different. So I guess here's where I'm going to define what we're going to do, and I'm going to look at the. Actually, I'm going to look at the Wikipedia articles because it had one trivial test vector we can use. Here it is. Right, so... Oh, wait a minute. Did it give the output? If this is the input password, what is the... That's the SHA-1 code. Right, so here's the generated... No, that's not right. Sorry. This is talking about a collision curiosity, but what I'm interested in is what is the output of the hash. Here it is. Here's the key. Here's the expected output if you use either of these two inputs with this salt, this hash function, this number of iterations, and this size. So we're going to build these parameters into the test. So we need hash function, I suppose. Or should I make just hash function a part of a template? I think I'll make the hash function something you pass in. We can, I don't know why I have the word test there. So I'm just going to update that. These test vectors were taken from here. So we have the hash function. I need to look up what the prototype is for hash function. Here it is. It's under hash function. I should probably update this. This is the old style of making a type name in C++. The new way would be like this, using hash function equals this. I hope I got it right. Let me see if I got it right. Easy way to check would be to just build this. Make sure there are no errors. Okay, there was an error. I screwed it up. Oh, no, it's just that it can't find a header file. Okay, we can fix that. Just temporarily, I will make this go back to HMAC, just so that it builds. Oh yeah, okay. Let's just comment all this stuff out. Interesting. I guess I hit build twice. Okay, so I need to stop the cluster. I changed something that the cluster actually uses, so can't build the cluster while it's running. Now 4.5 seconds to things build slowly at first. and get faster during the day. I think it's because of caching. Anyway, yeah, so this is the new way, which I think reads a lot better. Hash function, this is a clue that it's a pointer to a function that returns a vector of bytes and takes a vector of bytes as input. So we will use hash function here. If I could spell correctly, hash function. And then what else does the algorithm take in? So there's the password, the salt, the iterations. So what's it in general called, actually? It's called the password. Okay, password. And then salt, slat. I'm really bad with the keyboard today. I don't know why. And then there's the number of iterations, and then the key length. So they use C. Should I just use C as well? And then I should use PRF for this. Right? Actually, this says it can take HMAC. Does HMAC obey the prototype for a hash function? It doesn't. It's a different kind of type. Actually, that's important because it has two parameters. So, what does this mean, hlen? Hash length. Okay, because the hash length could be different from the derived key length. They talk about dividing them. Yes, okay. So, do I have a... I don't have a type def for this, so I guess I'll just copy it. There. A little ugly, but that's okay. So the PRF is a function that takes in 2 arrays of bytes and returns a string. Then we have the password, the salt, the number of iterations, and the last one was, for the inputs, is dklen. And then we have the expected output string. Okay, so then we're going to set up our test vectors. So, PRF is going to be, we need to pull it from HMAC. Oh, we already have HMAC. But we're also going to want this again, right? We're going to say hash make, what is it? Oh, okay, I can pick a variety that is convenient. So I can play around with the types here to match what I want. That's nice. So the one that would match right now is this bytes to string function, right? And we have to pass in a hash function and a block size. So hash function, let's pick SHA, they picked SHA-1, right? For this example, it was SHA-1, yes. So hash SHA-1, and then, is that right? Yes. And the block length, which is a constant, I believe. That is in the header, right? Yeah, SHA-1 block size. So that's the PRF. The password was either this or this. This one's nicer, so we'll pick that one. The salt. Actually, my question here would be, is it that string of characters, or is this a string of bytes? I guess since they say bytes here, that's also bytes. So I need to massage this a bit. I need to put a /x in front of each of these bytes. And there are no nulls, so this should work, right? That's the salt, and then iterations is 1000, and it's 16 for derived key lengths. And then we need to say what the output is. We expect this bytes. out. And the output, hold on. Actually, I think I want a different one because I'm using strings as inputs. And we'll just deal all in strings. Why not? So /x in front of these to get the bytes again. Oh, wait a minute. There's a null in there. So let's not use a string for that. Let's use a vector of bytes output. But I will use a string here just because it's so dang convenient. Actually, let's do a string for the password, vector of bytes for the salt, and then I can make this again. Just a normal, see, in selection, turn all the \x's, not regex, into just a blank. There we go. So we'll make these two into vectors. So to do that, thanks for the follow. I'm going to say your name is Kirill K. So vector of uint8s. And then I think we can just use the initializer list, right? We just have to do a bit of work on this. So we'll remove these. And then I will do a search replace here. In selection, regular expression, I'll say any two, parentheses, any two digits. Or actually any two characters at all. We will replace with 0x and then what we match, and then a comma and then a space. There we go. Look at that. And then to make it pretty, let me fold it. There we go. Isn't that nice? And I can do the same thing here. Replace that with the same thing in selection, go. Oh, it didn't work. I think that's because that got corrupted. Let's see, it was not 2, right? There we go. Regular expressions are nice. Okay, carefully fold that. Okay, so I guess, I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but they made the salt also 16 bytes. I don't know if that, is that a requirement of the salt? It has to be the same length as the derived key. It just says it's a sequence of bits. I don't think it matters. I'm watching for a few of the streams and you heard me mention Python, Lua, and C++. What do I think of Golang? I think it looks cool, it's just not something I know. And I'm pretty well covered right now with languages. So I have to be in a mood to learn a new language to take a look at it anymore, but I have nothing against it. It looks nice. A lot of languages are similar to each other. So like, I don't remember what Golang looked like, but I was looking at a language the other day and I'm like, wow, that's an awful lot like Python, but with some slight differences, which is makes it easier to learn these languages, I think. Usually the languages are not designed from scratch. They're designed pulling in what works from other languages and maybe improving on them. So that means once you learn a couple languages, it's not that hard to pick up another one. Yeah, for me though, I really needs to have utility. It needs to do something that is done better than in what I'm currently using. So far, I'm happy with every language I'm using, except maybe, yeah, I don't know, I guess I'm okay. I was thinking on the one hand, it would be nice to switch from C++ to something that's also compiled but has less of the warts. But on the other hand, I have a tremendous investment so far in C++, so both experience-wise and code-wise. So that's another reason why these languages hang on for a long time, by the way. Like, if we all had to start over from scratch, we probably wouldn't pick C++. We'd pick something better that has less overhead, fewer warts, that kind of thing. Anyway, let's just go with this one test vector to start with, just to get the algorithm working. And I wanted to use an alternative, right? Oh, wait a minute. This is going to be tough because I don't think I have a template that only converts one of them. I know what I can do. I can cheat. I can turn this. Wait a minute. No, I can't cheat. I was going to say I can turn one of these, like this one, into a string, but the normal way I would do it would be to use begin end on the iterator. So I'd have to give this thing a name. Would it be that hard to make another template, actually? Let me see how this is implemented. Kind of complicated. Right, here's the actual HMAC. All these other ones are sort of wrappers for that one. Bytes to bytes. So really, if we want to be most efficient, I would just do everything bytes. How hard would it be to do that here? Actually, not that hard. I just need to convert the password into bytes. Let's just do that. Bytes all around. We just need to make the password. Well, okay, we'll pass in. We'll do the conversion of this to a vector inside our loop. The idea here is I'm describe a test vector in a structure form, and then I can have a vector of those test vectors. Sort of a bad word to use vector in two places, there and there, but oh well. Anyway, a vector of test items, and then we loop through them, and we basically run the algorithm on every one, and that's how it works generally. Why did I do this? Oh, I know why. Yeah, okay, I understand. So we don't need to do this. I don't think. We will just expect that the output matches when we run pdkdf2, and we'll have to pass in all the arguments. What's my age? I don't really feel comfortable saying my exact age, but I'm over 40 and under 50. Is that good enough? I'm like one generation older than most Twitch people. I got some gray hair going. Yeah, roughly. You can probably get a good idea from looking at my code journey, so to speak. My little write-up on how I learned programming and what I worked on for years and years. Kind of what led me here. So like if I say that the first computer I worked on was an Apple II, then that kind of maybe gives you a hint about how old I am. So we're going to give the arguments in the same order. So it's going to be hash PRF. Yeah, PRF. PRF. And then password salt. Oh no, I needed to convert the password, didn't I? Password salt C. I purposefully use the same name so that if one were to compare it to the Wikipedia article, it would make sense what each of the variables are. dklen. Okay, I need to work on this password. So password bytes, we'll call it. So const vector of bytes. And I don't know if this is the best way to convert a string to a vector of bytes, but it's one of my favorites. It's that I just take the string and hold on. And then just do begin end on it. I'm not going to need this one at all. So this won't compile at all until I make the header file. So let's do that first. Let's just pbkdf2. Have I gotten it memorized yet? Your first language was Pascal. My second language was Pascal. I learned Apple Basic first, then Pascal, then C. Actually, mixed in there somewhere was Logo. Do you guys remember Logo? It was like Turtle Graphics, but way older. And at some point, I picked up everything else. I think after I learned C++, then I just kind of, when I was in college, I just tried a bunch of different things. PHP, JavaScript, Java. Oh, I learned assembly language. I should say that as Pascal is my third language, because my second language was 6502 assembly. Yeah, so Apple Basic, then 6502 assembly, then Pascal, then C. All right, so this is globally replaced with PBKDF2. This we will replace with PBKDF2. I just want to fix a few references though there. Actually, and this is completely different. Really, it should be kind of like this. This module declares the PBKDF2. And what is it actually? It is a key derivation function. Actually, that's the KDF2. I guess we'll just do it the same way that's done in the Wikipedia article. Function. Let's say described here, and I like Wikipedia, so I'll give them a reference. Any favorite? C++ is my favorite, but if I were to start learning today, I don't think it would be my favorite. I think my favorite would be Python. Whenever I get to work on Python, it's sort of a pleasure, especially when I get something working that I didn't know how to do. Like the other day, I learned how to do async I/O with WebSockets. Got it to work pretty quickly, and it was really nice. I do not know COBOL. Hey there, Bugfound. And I didn't wave. Can I just say wave to everyone else? I'll quickly wave to everyone else. Here we go. Who else did I not wave to? Wave to everyone in chat. I probably missed some people. I'm sorry. Python is a very pleasant language. Yeah, I think it is too. I also recommend Python if you don't know programming, or if you want to get a job in artificial intelligence / machine learning. It's the latest fad. At least at the tech company I was last at, it was a big thing. Everyone wanted to learn Python because they wanted to do machine learning for facial recognition, for example. You had a bunch, like, hundreds of algorithm people that could hardly code their way out of a paper bag in C, all suddenly wanting to learn Python. It was crazy. Wave broadcast. Yeah, that's right. Okay, let's fix this comment up. This function, it's not a factory. We'll just say this is an implementation of the PBKF password-based key derivation function to... Actually, function is redundant. Right? This function is already in the name. Described here. Period. Ship it. Okay, so we need let's just leverage the Wikipedia article. PRF is... This is a pseudorandom function of 2 parameters with output... No, Siri, I wasn't talking to you. Output with length hlen, e.g. a keyed HMAC. Password... is the master password from which a derived key is generated. Salt is a sequence of bits known as a cryptographic salt, and I think we will be nice and include the link there. And C. I'll just be very true to the algorithm and just use their variable names exactly. I will just add a period because they really should have had a period to begin with, and they didn't. Shame on them. gklen. This is the desired bit length of the derived key, and then what's returned is the generated derived key is returned. I know I misspelled the. I see that. There we go. All right, so we're not making anything. We're just going to return the. What did I decide to make it a vector? Yes, that's fine. pbkdf2. So the first thing we need, actually I just deleted what I needed. We are designing it in the test to require vectors all around, right? Actually I can just copy all this. Why not? It's not a constant. I don't know why I have that. All right, and all this stuff is just not needed at all. All these semicolons turn into commas. I should include the right headers. So we need functional, we need vector, we need standard integer, we need string. Functional, standard integer, that's for size t string. I wish we already have everything we need. Cool. Okay then. We actually have to have an implementation even if it's empty. pbkdf2 in here. Oops. Copy, paste. There we go. pbkdf2. This contains the implementation of the pbkdf2 function. Actually, should I just repeat this? Yeah, why not? Doesn't cost me much. All right. I don't know if I probably won't need IO manip, will I? Actually, I don't know what I'm going to need, so I'm going to just remove everything. We will just return an empty thing, just to get it to build and make sure it builds. It doesn't build yet. So it will build and fail the test, right? Once we fix these errors. So something is ambiguous here. Oh, not here. It's in the tests. 38. That's a mouthful. I can't even like look at it. Oh, right. It was bytes, 2 bytes. Need to use the correct one. Oh, and hold on. I really needed to use vector for the salt, right? And also the output. Okay, got a syntax error somewhere. Oh, I see it. I see that guy. And the other one as well. Okay, getting there. We just don't have pbkdf2. Probably because it's inside of the namespace hash. It does not take 5 parameters. What? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's. Okay, we don't have an output. That is returned. That is correct. We had 6, and we only really needed 5. Cannot convert argument 2 from a vector to a string. Oh, yeah. These should be that, right? Yeah, because I decided to do it that way. Decision made. Okay. I missed something. Oh, I know. Actually, maybe I don't. What is different here? They look the same to me. It says it can't find... I think it's saying the PBKDF2 can't be... Oh, I know why. I didn't add it to the build system. I need to add it to the build system here. The linker is complaining it couldn't find it. So it was in 2 places. Header. Actually, why is HMAC not listed as a header? That's an oversight. The listing headers in the build system is pretty much optional because they're only really picked up by the preprocessor. I list them so that they'll show up in Visual Studio if you were to make a Visual Studio project out of this. That should be hash in front. Now it should compile. Oh, it couldn't find it. I misspelled something? I did. I put tests in there. Foolish me. Alright. It got further. It couldn't link. Got an unresolved symbol. PBKDF2. Oh no, it's that. It's a compiler error. Right? What is it complaining about here? Can't convert from vector to string. So where am I using a string? I'm not. None of these are strings. I think that might be a stale error. Let's open this up a little bit. Yeah, it failed in the linking part, saying it couldn't find a symbol. Couldn't find PBKDF2. The unit test can't find the function. Why? That's weird. Almost like this does not match this somehow. They look identical to me. So what does that tell me? Maybe I didn't define one of the types I'm using. Standard int vector functional standard def, yeah. It's in hash. Oh, yeah, there it is. Should be hash. Namespace is wrong. There we go. Okay. Now test time. Let's just run everything. And we should see in... Oh, why is the hash test not here? There it is. We should see hash test fail. There we go. See the nice atom fail there. Maybe that'll be a RIMU fail. An X with in a red circle. Yeah, so the expected output isn't matching the real output. So the test framework is set up so that if we did generate the correct output, we would pass the test. So we now implement it. So I'm going to just look at the pseudocode here and figure it out. So it's like 2-step process. You have to have this f function. Oh no, f, what is f? F is the XOR of C iterations of chained PRFs. So you do this. So we're going to have some kind of a loop where the first time through the loop, we're using the salt with the I appended to it. Okay, so there's going to be an internal function. I guess we'll call it f. Why not? So we'll have an internal function. So internal functions you can do with anonymous namespaces, which is what this was by accident a moment ago. And we'll just make f. So f, I suppose it's going to be all bytes, right? Bytes in, bytes out. Since this is, yeah, I'm going to include vector. because we're actually using it for in a different context here. These, we can depend on those types being defined here. But if I use vector, I know it's a silly reason, but if I use vector to make a new function that isn't declared anywhere else, I like to make sure that its type is directly included. So that means both vector and standard integers. And that is f. F takes password, salt, C, and I. Password, salt, C, and I. Cool. So let's document it the same way it is in the Wikipedia article. This is, there we go. So compute the XOR of C iterations of chain PRFs. Oh, it needs the PRF as well. It actually needs most of what the PBKDF2 uses. Actually is... Oh, no, it's two chainings. So the PBKDF2 does its own loop. Each iteration calls F, and F is doing a second level loop. That's why the thing is really complicated. So I can document this the same way I documented this. Just copy this. Mostly, but with some differences, right? So we have PRF, we have password, salt, C, but instead of DK length, we have I. What is I? I guess I is the... Where does it define I? It's the index of the block, I guess, of the derived key. Yes, so it's the block number. This is the index of the, what do they call it? HLen block, HLen bit block of the derived key. Okay. So let's do the outer one first. That is just figuring out how many blocks there are, and then looping, calling that for each block, so, and appending them. So we'll have a vector, which is the hash. We're going to return that hash. And we can be smart here and reserve the memory in advance. That will be the number of bits total, right? So HLen divided by 8. No, DKLen. HLen is the hash function length. Actually, I guess we need to pass that in, right? Where is HLen actually defined? Yeah, where do they... I want to make sure I understand this correctly. Okay, it's part of the PRF, so really there's a hidden parameter. I guess we need to account for that. There's a hidden parameter. This hash size needs to be known by the PBKDF2 as well, so that is that's HLen. Test vector HLen. Right? Going with the PRF. And that is the output length of the PRF in bits. Or output length in bits of the PRF. Again, that gets copied a couple places, right? Or the documentation goes there, but I need to copy, I need to add it here. HLen, and then that gets copied to F and PBKDF2. Okay. And there's no dot. We have to do hash dot reserve there. My question is, what if they're not... What if hlen... What if dklen is not an integer multiple? What do we do? I mean, here it is. Is it always? If the derived key is always an integer multiple of the hash function's output, then we're good. Otherwise, I'm not sure what to do for the last block. I don't know. You guys know? I might have to dig into the spec to find out. I suppose it has to be a whole block because f returns a whole block, right? Unless, like, you truncate the last block somehow. Don't know. Let's look it up in the spec, I guess. So that is referenced, the spec is referenced up here somewhere. Here, RFC 8018. So they probably also mentioned hlen, right? Length in octet. Okay, they have it in octets instead of bits. Hey there, eMadden. I'm implementing password, what is it? Password-based key derivation function for hashing user passwords so that they are somewhat more protected than plain text passwords would be if we store them on the server. So I'm just right now trying to verify that in the algorithm, this length of the PRF is an integer multiple of the... No, the other way around. That the length of the derived key has to be a integer multiple of the length of the PRF. And yeah, I just don't know, so I'm looking it up. Ah, look at there. So that settles it. It's always edge length multiplied by some integer. So there we go. So I don't need to worry about dividing and having a remainder. Because we're at this point in the algorithm where I have to divide. Where is it? Here. So the number of loops is the what do you call it? Dividend? The dividend of those two. Okay, here we go. So 4. Size, no, it wasn't here. I already had the loop here, right? I was getting ready to do the loop. 4 ti 0 I is, they use 1 based because they're mathematicians. I'm going to do 0 based. I just have to remember that it's u0, not u1. And less than dklen divided by hlen. Do I know League of Legends? Yes, I do. There's a streamer I watch who's learning React, and when he's not doing coding, he's playing League of Legends. So I've watched a little bit of it. It's not the kind of game I would play because it's just too stressful for me, but it looks cool. All right. So we're going to XOR the f function. No, hold on. We're concatenating. So we're going to compute the f function and then just append it. So const auto t, big T, equals f password salt C and I. And then we're going to concatenate. So hash dot insert into the back t dot begin to t dot end, right? I'm trying to use exactly the same variables that the Wikipedia article uses. Okay, f needed the PRF. Right, so it's sort of implied by transitive property that it also needs the PRF. And it also needed the hlen, right? Or did it? Does it need the hlen? I actually don't think it needs to know it. We can remove the hlen from the f function, which is technically it is the invoking the PRF with some extra stuff added. All right, so that's the outer function done. Inner function, it has its own loop where we're XORing u's together. So it's going to be for, we're going to have an output, right? Actually, I bet it makes sense to just do that outside the loop. Then we'll know the size, and then we can just XOR in. So let's do that. So the, I guess it is the derived key, right? DK equals the PRF with password. And then we have to concat. Okay, so it's salt with index appended. So we need to make that. So it's start with salt. So do this salt, and then we need to append I as a 32-bit big endian integer. So let's just do that old school. We'll push back each octet. So that's I shifted right by 24 bits, and then typecast to a U and 8T. And then the other 3 octets would be shifting right 16, 8, and none at all. Right? Then calling the PRF on that, putting that in DK, and then the number of loops will be C minus 1. So for what index do I use here? They don't give a name for it. I don't know. How about J? J is less than C minus 1 plus J. So we need to get the U, and then we need to XOR it in. So let's make a U that is the same size. So DK size, so that we can, hold on, I guess we don't need to do that actually, because we're going to get a new vector out every time, right? So const auto U equals PRF password. And then the, oh, no, we need to keep it. So I do need that U. We need the previous. And it initially starts as DK. Oh, why don't we just use DK then? So password and then DK. PRF takes a couple other parameters though, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. So we're good. And then we need to XOR in. So that for K, 0K is less than DK.size. Actually, I guess I could do for each. Can you do a for each with 2 iterators though? Because we need to iterate the 2 and XOR them together. I don't know how to do that off the top of my head, so I'll just do an old school loop. So we're putting it back into DK, right? So DK K XOR equals UK, right? And then we're returning DK in the end. Okay, so that's my first attempt. My first attempt usually fails. Let's see how I did. It failed. It didn't return anything. That's not right. That didn't work at all. Did not build. It's completely empty. Why would it be completely empty? Let's step through and find out. Oh, these numbers aren't right. Is it because one is in bytes and the other one is in bits? Let me look and see, what did I define the hash code length to be? Instant bytes. Okay, that's the problem. So that's one problem at least. So where I use these block size, we need to multiply by 8. Okay, 8. 8. Right, and then this, actually, was it 16 the right number? What did they use here? Oh, bytes. It's again bytes. Hold on. Is SHA-1 actually 64 bytes? That's bits. This is wrong. It shouldn't be bytes. It should be bits. Let me verify. The implementation will show where that's used. It's not used. Let me look. Let me search for it. I don't use it anywhere. Okay. Maybe it just was wrong the whole time. Oh, wait. Um, I don't even think this is the right constant. I don't want block size. I want output size. So, by definition, for SHA-2, it's just this number. For SHA-1, though, it wasn't. So maybe I do want another constant here called hash length. Digest length. This is the size in keep it consistent, bytes? No, bits. This is the size in bits of the digest produced by the function. Okay, so that would be what? I don't know. I have to look it up. Actually, this would say, right? However many bytes that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Let me confirm that. SHA-2, SHA-1 is 20 bytes. Yeah, 180 bits. 160 bits, I mean. Okay, so it's 160 bits, not multiplied by 8. And this is 16 times 8. Actually, does it make sense to give it in bytes, bits or bytes here? Probably keep it bits because the algorithm says it in bits, right? No, it says it in bytes. Okay, so we'll make it bytes. Byte length. Because that's how they define it. Okay, wait a minute. They define it as bit length, but then when they set it, they say bytes. I think actually when they use it in the equations, though, it's all bits, so I think I'll keep it bits. Which means I just need to multiply by 8 here. To convert bytes to bits, right? Okay, let's try it again. Still failing, and I still have the loop wrong somewhere, so... Do I have that breakpoint still? No. Put the breakpoint back, debug. 128, okay, this is not quite right. Actually, the derived key is smaller than the hash. So how does this work? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So how does this make sense to divide that which is 16 bytes by something that's 20 bytes? Oh wait, we are adding, hold on, no, take that back. Yeah, what is this? How do I get that? How do I get the number of blocks? Is it just truncation? Truncation of the last block? Hold on, let me look and see what the algorithm says. Oh, I read this wrong. It's at most that, but it could be less than. Okay, so question is how do we compute that? What do we do with the last block? Here we go. This is what I need. It's the ceiling. So if the remainder we round up to a block. R is the number of octaves in the last block, so it's that minus, right? So the last block gets truncated. Okay. So let's do that. So I can no longer, well, I can still do the reserve, but this is going to be different. We'll do this, and then we'll have to have an extra one if there's a remainder. So if dklen mod that, right, so stop debugging. So if that is not equal to 0, then we have to do one more round, right? We have to take the last block. So that will be, let's compute that the way the algorithm does. They make something called L. So L const size TL equals, so to do ceiling for integers, you take that and you add that minus 1 to it and then divide by that. That's technically what you do. And then I have to be careful here because I wanted to do that minus 1. And then the result will be L minus 1. Oh, wait a minute. They actually do want it to be 1 based, right? So it's not minus 1. And this is plus 1. Off by 1 errors. Let's try it now. Still failing, but we're actually getting something out, which is better. It's just completely different. Is the length correct, though? It's hard to say. Let's debug it. So it's going to be 16 bytes out. L is 1, so we skip that. And we're going into here where the L is 1. C is 1,000. Salt. See if the salt is correct. Where was the salt here? A009. Looks great. Looks correct. Password is PLNLRT. Okay. So let's go into that. So here's the salt with index. So let me look at, this should add more bytes to it, right? 20 bytes now, and those last 4 bytes should be 0001. Correct. And then it computes the HMAC of these two. Right, so size 20 with a size 65 using a SHA-1. Should I bother stepping into that? It skipped over it anyway. Yeah, so we get the SHA-1 hash out. Now, that I can confirm should match this, right? Hold on, where is that DK? It's not matching. Oh, wait a minute. It's internally. So I really need to put a breakpoint internally. Anyway, does this say what that value will be? It doesn't. Shoot. Okay, well, let's see if it does the right thing here. What is C? 1,000. So it's going to do this 1,000 times. Well, it's going to do it 999 more times, right? Is that the correct number of times it should do it? 1 to C, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's the first one, and then we do it 999 more times. I think this is correct. Yeah, the codes aren't matching up, are they? 33 in hex would be 21, not 17. So something's wrong. Did something wrong. Not understanding something. Well, I can make sure that HMAC pre-hashes it, so let's make sure that it's really doing that. So let me look into HMAC. And that's the bytes to bytes here. I think this is what we can check. We can check that the normalized key is this. Okay, so let's do that. Let's at least check that out. Wait a minute. Did I get the block size wrong? 160. I think that's the problem, right? I'm passing the wrong number in, I think. Where is it? Debug, right. Where we assemble the thing. This is the wrong number. It's got to be, yeah, I got it wrong here. Wherever we call that, it's the block size, not the digest size. Block size. That's the right one. All right. Should be optimistic and see if that worked. No. A good try. Okay, let's try again. So I want to at least see that it hashed it correctly. Yeah, that would be HMAC, right? So here again? Yeah. So debug to that point. EBKX. EBK, yeah, it looks right. And then it gets resized to 64 bytes. Inside of the, yeah, okay. It won't stay still for me. Okay, ends in @G star. Okay, so the hash, it's internally doing it correctly. And I tested this HMAC separately, but maybe I screwed something up. It does it 1,000 times. I'm wondering if this salt really is a string and not bytes. Because that would screw things up, right? I guess I could try making that a string and not bytes. See if it makes any difference. It certainly looks like a hexadecimal string to me. You get the number of iterations correct? Yeah, it's just C minus 1 for this step. Do I have these passed in the correct order, though? Yeah, what are the order of these parameters? Key and message. Just says it takes 2 parameters. It doesn't say which one's which. Okay, gonna hit the algorithm here to make sure I didn't mess something up. In my understanding, H line is the output, right? Yeah, what is the output of the HMAC? Where are we right now? Oh, it's just running the hash again at the end, yeah. Yeah, 160 bits. Okay. For each block applied, okay, 1, 2 to L. Oh, wait a minute, this is different. Maybe I didn't understand it correctly. Let me go back here. Oh, wait, did I do that right? Oh, no, I did it right. Starts at 1 and ends at L. Hey there, Posian. There's a Poseidon, like Poseidon. I'm trying to figure out what I did wrong in this implementation of PBKDF2, the password key derivation function. I'm looking at the spec trying to figure out what I did wrong. I think this is correct, right? Password salt iteration count. Password salt iteration count. And then which index we're on. Exclusive or sum. And then each successive one takes the result of the previous, which is what I'm doing here. So here we do the salt with the index for the very first. Then from then on, it is with the previous. Hold on, wait. No, this isn't correct, is it? It's not correct. You don't want to XOR until we're done. Yeah, that's how I screwed it up. So we don't XOR DK. We don't do this in the loop. We have to do that loop later. Right? Yeah. We just get the function out. We need that U for the next round. That's the problem. That's the problem. So I need to actually we can do both in the same loop. I need to have two variables though. So u starts out being the value of dk. Actually, let's call it u previous. And then what we do is it's prf with u previous. And then we have to, actually, can I do that inside the loop? Can't I? I can do that. Oh no, I have to have u though. So u previous is u. And then we just need the u here. So we don't make a new one. We're going to replace u with prf of the password with u previous, and u previous starts out as just the first round, right? And then while we're at it, we're also XORing them together. Let's see if that works. If not, I'm going to get kind of frustrated. I'm going to get frustrated, aren't I? Oh, actually, we're close. Look at that. It's matching. It looks like the way I just truncated it is wrong. Yeah, see? I just truncated it wrong. Okay, we're very close. I'm truncating it incorrectly here. Ah, yeah. So I don't want the beginning to the end. I want the beginning to exactly the number of bytes left, which would be this divided by 8. Right? We're just dealing with whole octets. Actually, just to make sure I do the order of operations correct, because I'm not always comfortable remembering it, is I'll do it that way. Okay, now let's try it. Yeah. Okay, we passed one test vector. But I wanted to put more vectors in there, and I had a note written down that there are more here in 6070. Actually, is that just a... It's obsolete. Is that the old version of this? It looks the same. Oh no, it's specifically it's test vectors. Cool. All right, so test vectors. Okay, so here, we'll just fill in the test vectors that they have. I love it when standards guys and scientists make test vectors, because I could just plug them straight into my unit tests now. I just simply add another row here. We'll say that this one, it came from the Wikipedia article. And we'll reference it. And then we'll have the following came from RFC 6070. Okay, and then looks like they're also SHA-1. The cool thing is this should work with any hash function now, as long as you get the block size and digest length in there correctly. And okay, these ones are also SHA-1, right? SHA-1. So password is password. That's a great password, by the way. I use that all the time. Salt is salt, also an awesome password. In this case, though, I need to convert that into hex. Is there an online tool for that? ASCII to hex. There's got to be an online table converter. ASCII string to hex. Here we go. Rapidtables.com to the rescue. There we go. And then I will do a little nifty little trick here where I say in the selection, we will look for two either 0 through 9, A through F's, and replace that with that exactly. Actually, no space. Don't need a space. There we go. Extra comma, we can clip that off. Okay, that's the salt. Let's say that's salt. And one iteration, 20 bytes out should be this. like that, right? And then I will take this and do the same search replace trick. Nice. So there we go. We added a second test vector. Now we can run it again. Oh, by the way, when this fails, I want to print out the iteration. So that would be what? I guess we'll have to have it count. Iteration. We'll have it count from 1 because everyone should count from 1. Don't you think? Actually, it'd be cleaner just to do it at the front, right? And then start from 0. Go immediately to 1. I'm just getting ready to code Lua, right? Because in Lua, all arrays start from 1. Shouldn't all arrays start from 1? All right, let's run it. We failed iteration 2. I have the wrong... Oh, the output's empty. Okay, so we screwed up somewhere having to do probably with this, but let's see. Let's see what happens. So, where are my breakpoints at? Okay. No breakpoint set yet, so I will set it here and tell it to go twice. It's iteration 2. Twice. Okay, so now, count of 1, key length 160, because that's what it wanted, right? 20 octets. And the hash function is also 20 bytes. Salt is SALT, password is password. Cool. So, L is 1, so we skip the initial one. Oh, look at that. Yep, that's the problem. Really, it should be not dklen, it should be, yeah, I need to compute this differently. It's if we have leftover bits. So we count the number of bits we actually do, which is L minus 1 times hlen, if that is less than dklen, right? Actually, I'm going to need it again, so let's pre-compute it. Const auto leftovers. So that's, instead of less than, it's minus. No, it's the other way around. It's dklen minus that. Okay, so if we have leftovers. If leftovers is greater than 0, and then here I can use leftovers. All right, see, this is why we have multiple test vectors. Catch that bug before I even check the code in. We're good. Are there more? There probably are. See, they have variations where you have 2 iterations, so let's do that. That should be easy. I just copy this one, and then change it to 2 iterations, right? Oops. Copy didn't work. Try again. Copy, paste. 2 iterations. Is that the only thing different? The output's different, obviously. Do my little trick here. Boom. Try that. Nice. Passed right away. I have a feeling that the rest will pass now, at least for SHA-1. 4096. This is pretty exhaustive. But it doesn't take me too much effort to copy paste this stuff, so might as well, right? Selection, replace, done. Hey there, Steve. I just got PBKDF2 implemented. I'm putting in the test vectors to make sure I didn't miss anything. Look, it's passing. What am I using SHA-1 for? For password-based, for testing the password-based key derivation function used to hash passwords. The only reason I'm using SHA-1 is because this standard has test vectors using SHA-1. In production, I'm going to use SHA-512 probably. In fact, they probably have... Oh, they don't have any test vectors. All the test vectors are SHA-1. I kind of want to get a test vector that uses SHA to like 512 if I can. Maybe I'll do a Google search in a moment. That is a lot of iterations. I'm curious how long it will take to run the test. for 1,000,000 iterations. How long is it taking now? If it's taking 154 milliseconds now, and I take, what is that, 16 million iterations? How long would that take? So that, it's that squared. That, I don't know if I want to put this in my test vectors, because that will take 10 minutes to run. So I think I'm not going to do that one. We're going to skip this one, because it takes 10 minutes to run. We can run this one, though. And then I'm going to look for a vector that takes a more respectable hash function, like SHA-512. Okay, I'm going to use my handy-dandy ASCII to hex converter for that. Convert. Take that and put it in for the salt. Let's wrap it a little bit. Actually, let's do the conversion first. Selection, replace all, and then I'll wrap it. And that is literally salt, 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 salt. Probably easier to read if I put it in front, right? Let's do it. No, we'll keep it. We'll keep that. Okay, and it is 4096, 25 byte key length instead of 20. That's actually a good test for like a different kind of length for the derived key. Right? Selection, replace, close. Okay, let's try these out. Cool. 386 milliseconds. Okay. We have one more with tricky null characters in there. All right, let's do the tricky null character one. Everyone knows you just store the passwords as plain text. Everyone would be a fool to do that. Yeah, so the whole reason why we're using this password-based key... Hold on. Password-based key derivation function 2 is, like the Wikipedia article says, it is aimed to reduce the vulnerability of encrypted keys to brute force attacks, and it's developed as part of the RSA Labs standard series. So it's, you know, commercial grade obfuscation of passwords to make them very difficult to crack. Not impossible. Government level hackers could probably still get the passwords back out. It's just in case my password file gets hacked, that people have enough time to change their password. The goal is not to make it impossible to derive the passwords, it's to make it very, very expensive and difficult. Alright, so this one I'm changing to be the one with the tricky null in it. Right? Yes, this is the one that stores the salt. Actually, it's more than the salt and the hashed password. It is... Hold on. The salt, the hashed password, which is the output, and there's also the number of iterations. And you're supposed to pick a number of iterations that's very high. It changes over time. So they talk about this. In the year 2000, they used 1,000 iterations. In 2005, Kerberos recommended 4,096. I don't know, because it's a power of 2, and we love powers of 2, I guess. And then Apple iOS 4 moved to 10,000. LastPass moved to 5,000, and then JavaScript server side. So I'll probably do this 100,000 since it's recommended for server side, and it's relatively recent. I can push it up. Basically, I need to profile it and push it up high enough that it's not too cumbersome or expensive on the server to run. This algorithm is only going to run every time you log in, and it'll only be once. Once you authenticate, we'll use your secure connection to trust you. So it won't run constantly while you're logged in. It'll only be the moment you log in. In fact, I might farm it out to a authentication server like what a lot of other games do, because then we could afford to make it even more expensive. Do you consider using something like NaCl? I don't know about NaCl, so I have not been able to consider it, but I will look it up. Oh, I don't need this stuff anymore. By the way, if you missed it, I spent the first hour not playtesting, but playing Mike and Principal's game called Thrusty's Ship. I don't know if you guys like it or not, but I played it, and so it's in the VODs, and today's the release date, so you can buy it. So anyway, yeah, I will look at that. You want me to glance at it real quick? I can do that. Give you my impressions. Actually, why do I have two different browser windows? I don't know. Let's just fold that in here. Okay, let's look up NACL. I suppose I would have to do something like NACL password. Is this specifically a Python thing, or is it just something that's implemented in Python? Yeah, what is NACL? Is it a implementation of what I've just done? Or is it something else? Actually, let's just look at that. Oh, they're using newfangled stuff. Yeah, so the Wikipedia article also mentioned this. That they, where does it say this? Maybe at the end? Oh, here we go. So yes, there was a competition in 2013 to make something even better, and so they had selected a couple different algorithms. Argon 2, special recognition given to Katera. So if there's something out there that uses one of these, I might switch to that. But I went with BK-DF2 for now because it uses this HMAC and hash functions, which I already had. So I figured I could do it in about an hour, and how am I doing? It's about an hour. Yeah, I was about right. So it took me an hour to implement this, whereas these might take longer because I don't know what prerequisites they require. And I'm assuming they're more complicated because they're designed to be better, more resilient. So yeah, the question would be, what does this actually use? It uses Argon too. Yeah. So if this is for Python, if there's something out there that does this in C++, I'd consider using it instead of what I just wrote. But I think what I wrote is good enough for now. As long as I use a pretty good hash function, right? Like SHA-256 or 512. There's non-Python versions? Yeah. Look like Python. See, there you go. Python is a good language. The first search result was all Python implementation of it. Yeah, so hopefully I explained how I got to where I am. It was just a very low-hanging fruit because I already had the HMAC. This HMAC and the hash function, I already had them. Implemented them like 40 streams ago. All right, so that tricky test vector, right? Let's put that in, but I have to be careful here. Because you can't do that with a C string, it'll terminate it early, so I can do this way. If I know the exact length, which I do, it's 9, I can just give it a length. Then that uses the string constructor that takes a pointer to an array of characters and then a count, so that it won't stop early. It'll actually go 9 characters and include the null. Right, and so salt, that's a bit easier because I can just do this. Okay. It didn't like the escape character. Let's just do these and then add the null in ourselves. And then the null, hold on. The null is at the 3rd character. Okay, and then 4,096 iterations, we want 16 bytes out. Here is the drive key. Actually, you know what? I wonder if it makes sense to make it bytes, not bits, because it will only work with bytes. I think I might do that. Even though it deviates a bit from the Wikipedia article definition of that variable, I think it might be safer to do that. So that would be not a regular expression search, and we will replace... Let's see, are all the times 8s that one place? Yes. So I can simply do Control-Shift-L, delete, and we're done, and I need to change the definitions of things here. Because I changed DK length, it's the number desired byte length, not bit length. And DK len, we don't divide by 8 anymore. In here we multiply by 8. In here we multiply by 8. And then we need to, we already divide by 8. Okay, good. So we'll only really have problems if you have a hash function which does not give you an integer number of bytes for its digest. And I think all of them do, so this should be fine. All right, let's try it out. Cool. Just under half a second. I wanted to find a test vector that uses something other than SHA-1 though, because I don't plan to use SHA-1 because it's not secure enough. So I'm going to search here. PBKDF2 SHA-512 example. Just someone who's already pre-computed it would be nice. Actually, we can do this. Use a calculator. What hash function do they use? They say somewhere? I don't see it. Shouldn't they say what hash function they're using? Okay, WFPA2 uses SHA-1, which, interesting note, is no longer recommended for secure apps. So, too bad, Wi-Fi. Yeah, where did they say WPA? Yeah. WPA2, which is used for Wi-Fi, still uses SHA-1, so oops, maybe not so secure anymore. It's not horrible, it's not MD5, but it could be better. Anyway, I'm wondering if they use SHA-1 here, in which case I can't use it. Shouldn't they say though? They don't even say. Oh, they have it down here as SHA-1. Okay, so we can't use that calculator. Example hashes? It wasn't recommended even when they made it? That's funny. These are example hashes. BK. Okay, this is using hash functions I don't have though. Okay, there was one that I had, right? No. They're all AES, two-fish. I need one that a hash function I actually have. Oh, here we go. So here's the hash. There's dollar signs in it. That's weird. Is this some kind of syntax? And then this is the hash? Is that what I'm looking at? ML 35460. I wonder if this is telling me the number of iterations. What would ML be then? Some kind of identifier? So I could maybe guess that that's the number of iterations. It's SHA-512 and that's the hash. And the password is what? What's our test vector for password? Hashcat. Okay. I guess we could try it out. We could just guess. I'm looking really quick to see if there's an explanation about what it means. Oh, there's a salt. Okay. Okay, so there's some footnotes. Where I lost my place though. I could use, there's another one I could use. Yeah, okay, here we were. Does this one have a footnote? No. Where are the footnotes? I really don't like this table. Yeah, usually when you have a footnote like that, the footnote is actually in the thing it's footnoting. I don't like this. Ethereum uses PBKDF2 with SHA-256. Ethereum wallet. So your Ethereum wallet is only as good as SHA-256, and with HMAC, PBKDF2 it bugs me that it doesn't say the number of iterations, but I'm guessing that that's what it is. So let me just guess. I'll guess and see if I'm right. It was the one that was iOS, right? Or no, one of these. Okay, one of these is the salt, probably. I don't want to guess. Let's look for some other example. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, someone has... That's another RFC? Oh, it's for HMAC, but not for PBKDF2. Oh, here we go. There's 32 of them here. Ah, look at that. Oh no. Okay, someone has been down this path before. A whole bunch of years ago, even 7 years ago, 8 years ago, almost. Oh, here we go. Oh, why don't we just pull in some of these? Let's say I will need SHA-2 now. I don't need a whole bunch. I just need a few. Actually, one would do it, right? So we can just maybe just use one here. Well, let's pick the one with a lot of it, or no, let's have one with. Let's do the one iteration one. And the two and the let's do these first three. That should do it. So password salt. One iteration, and this is SHA-256, right? It is SHA-256 block size. It is it's 256 by definition, and 32 byte key length is this. Alrighty. Oh, I lost my nifty little regular expression here. I wish it had a history. Okay, I want regular expression. Oh shoot, when I did that, I lost my selection. Don't like that. Try again. Maybe I had to hit the selection button first, and then I can do this. Yes, so I want 0 to 9, A through F, 2 of them replaced with that. There we go. Okay. And let us have 2 more placeholders. So it's with 2 iterations. Same password, same salt, same key length. We get these bytes. Okay, and then we do the same, search replace. Boom, and done. And then the third one is 4096. Same password, same salt, different output. Mentioning salt, I'm hungry. I would like some salt, please. I'm not going to do the insane one. That takes forever. Actually, you know, these are the exact same vectors that were in the other RFC, aren't they? What am I using? I'm using my own hash library. I developed it back in Stream 67, I think it was. Yeah. So back in Stream 67, I implemented SHA-2. I think I did SHA-1 even older than that. But it's basically the same thing I did today. I just looked at the Wikipedia article and I implemented it from the pseudocode. So if you look at the pseudocode for Wikipedia page on SHA-2, they basically tell you this is the algorithm, and I just kind of wrote it in C++. And optimized build, it's reasonably fast. It's not the best, but it's fast enough. I tested it with the same test vectors everyone else uses, so that's if you want to see that code, it's in my GitHub. Just look under the hash repository. All right, we're all set, right? Let's run. Cool, we passed, and we only added 160 milliseconds. Nice, so that's probably good enough, right? Testing with SHA-256 and SHA-1 with reasonable variations of parameters. Let's check it in. I'm adding this to that same library, by the way. So if you're looking at that hash library, you're about to see me add pbkdf2 to it. Hash. There we go. We're adding it. Oh, and that was, let's check that in separately. So cmake lists add missing hmac header. Okay, and this one is about adding pbkdf2. Oh, that's a separate check-in. Yeah, let's do that one as well. So SHA-1, define digest length as a constant. Since it wasn't obvious by the name, it's not obvious that it's 20 bytes. The SHA-2 ones are because it's part of the name. Okay, here. Oh, no, that's another change I wanted to make as an improvement. Would you watch this video? No. I will not watch that video. Sorry. Why? Because I don't watch videos on this stream. Unless it's related to my work. Okay, so this I want to say the use newer style to, that's not how you spell style, to define the hash function type. Okay. Right. Add pbkdf2 implementation. Based on the Wikipedia article. Pseudocode. Mostly. I also looked at the RFC. Should I mention that? Also used, test vectors from two sources. This one, 6070. And this Stack Overflow thread. This one. Give credit where credit is deserved. Right? Commit. Okay. So we're done with that. I can mark that card off. Implemented. Yay. I have got a couple hours left. I don't think I'm going to get through all this, though. New player registration. Player table. Do I have that in here? Player table. I don't have that. This is a sort of out of order, isn't it? Can I just put it in without any commands yet? Maybe that's why I had it. Yeah, I think the cards were right and this was wrong. It makes more sense to have, oh, wait a minute. That wasn't right in anyway. This should be up here. Then we can do this. Then, yeah, okay. Because it makes more sense to define the command first and then the table, because the table is built from the command. So let's do the command. I kind of like moving cards like that. It feels good. So commands go here. Command tests. So again, if you haven't seen this before, using test-driven development in Google Tests. So I write the test first. It's using Google Test Framework. We define the tests similarly to these other commands. The commands are really just very simple data structures just to carry the information we want. And instead of change configuration, it will be create player, right? Is that what I wanted to call it? Create player. So the create player create. That word is there twice. Oh well. So the command as JSON. How do we want it to look? I think I want to have the different fields there. It is serialized to JSON right now. I will need to probably make a nice binary serialization for performance later, but right now it's JSON. Works fine for now. So, yeah, for example, I think the most complicated one in here. Oh, it's not even here. Where's the start config? Yeah, they're all really simple, the commands. The commands between servers are a little bit more complicated. So they look like, hold on. That's not an example. These aren't commands. Okay, here's an example of a more complicated command or message. This message comes from the orchestrator to the Realm servers. It's basically announcing what versions of code it has. And so whenever I have typed messages, I'll have a type field, and then the actual contents either is a JSON object or there'll be several of them. And I hadn't planned on using protocol buffers because I'm using WebSockets, and it's just really, what do you say? Meets the needs so far. It even supports binary messages. So, but I will look that up later though. That's 2 suggestions from you, Steve. You're awesome. You need help. I think your username also implies you need help. What do you need help with? What's going on? How can we help you? Right. So I'm going. While I wait for the what the thing is we need to help on, I'm going to fill this in. So what do I want? I think I want just username and then some username. Pepe. Why not? We're on Twitch. Password. And I guess it makes sense to hash it right straight away, right? See out undeclared identifier. I think I might know what your problem is. So you're doing some kind of code in C++ where you have, and this is what you typically have, right? Int main, int argc char argv. That's the prototypical, and you did something like this probably, right? You did see out hello world. And that's probably where you got an undeclared identifier. So this is what I recommend you do. 2 things. Include IO stream. Make sure you do that. And then do either that or you do using standard cout. Either one of these 2 things will probably fix your problem. Nope, did I get it wrong? Do you have include IO stream? Well, that should work. Here, let me verify that works. We'll save that as test.cpp. And then I will go to the command line here and see if I get the same problem. So, do I have GCC? I have Clang. I think I might have had it here. No. I guess we'll just use CL. Hold on. Let me get a special shell for this. Visual. Oh, hold on. I really should be set up to quickly prototype this kind of thing, shouldn't I? Developer command prompt is good enough. There we go. So, projects. Okay, so CL test.cpp test.exe. There, works. So, literally all I did was that. So, if you could take that and try it out on your end, and if you get an error, I don't know what it is because I just compiled it with Visual Studio. It works. And I'm not using any options. Yeah, so look at the options you're using. I didn't use any options when I compiled. I just did cl test.cpp. So just remove all the options you're using. This is what I do. If I run into a problem that I don't understand why I got an error, try to reduce it to the simplest form, like by removing things that are unrelated until you get it to work. Or you can go the other way around. You can take what you were trying to do and start simple and just start adding options to try to, you kind of want to have the two meet and figure out what is it that screwed things up. So you're importing OpenCV, so maybe that screwed something up, right? Oh, it worked? Okay. Glad to be your hero. Yeah, it's always something unexpected. Like, you might have said iStream, right? That'll screw it up. Or, you know, just one character can screw it up. So, password. I think I want to have this completely... I want to imply here in the test that it's already encrypted. And I'm gonna... Oh, thanks for the follow. I love your name, by the way. It worked perfectly with the you need help. I need help. Awesome. Okay, so password. I don't want to say hunter2 here. I want to like hash it. Can I make a joke here and just say totally hashed, totally a hash. We can have fun in unit tests because it doesn't really matter what I put here of hunter2. There we go. Totally a hash of hunter2. And what else do I want to put in there? I think that will add stuff later, but oh, how about email? Yeah, why not? Email will be optional. But if it's there, you'll be able to use it to reset your password. And we can say right now we're nobody at example.com. Just a little side note, example.com is a great test domain name because it's specially set aside by the people who invented the internet, basically, as a domain name that can never be used by any real company. It's for examples only. SHA-1 hunter2. Actually, I could do... Well, we're not doing SHA-1. Yeah, the hash function execution is a little bit too elaborate, right? Let me go back to it. It's a little bit elaborate because I have to have that. What would it look like? Let's just do it just for fun. So for fun, we'll pull it in. Hash. We need hash, and we need the new one we just made today. PBKTDF2, I think that's what I called it. And do I need templates? I need the HMAC. And I need a bunch of stuff, don't I? I need the actual hash function, which is in SHA-2, right? Because we're going to be good net citizens and use a really good hash function. So it would be as a string, so we're also going to want to base 64 it, right? This is like needlessly complicated. I'm only really doing this for fun right now. Which means all of this stuff has to depend on all that stuff. Oh, it already does. Good. Use HPP as an extension. It's mostly, yeah, a matter of taste. Because you really can't include these headers from C. Because of things like namespace. It won't compile in C, right? So the HPP does two things. It's discouraging you from including it from C code. And it's also just a personal matter of taste, right? That it's for C++. If I really wanted it to be compiled through C, I would do something like if def C++, and then at the end I would say else, and it had an alternative API for C, and then I would probably change it to .h. .h being like the least common denominator, right? Is that the right term? And then I also have to move like vector in there. And it can be done. I usually don't mix C and C++ that heavily, so yeah. Matter of taste. Sorry for the long-winded answer. Okay, so the totally way over the top way to do this would be, let's do it. just because it'll be fun. So we're going to start with Hunter2, definitely, because that's the best password ever. And we are going to safely hide it from all the hackers. And the way we do that is we take that and we're going to base 64 encode it. So base 64 of the hash. Hunter2 goes in its rightful place here. Oh, we need to make bytes out of it. Shoot. Yeah, because that wanted it, the password as a byte. So what's a quick and dirty way of doing that? Standard vector. Does it take... I can just pretend it's a pointer to bytes and then just say there are exactly 7 of them. I think that'll work. It's a really quick, hacky way of doing it. I'm gonna single step through this to make sure it's right. I think that's right. So that's password bytes. Oh, did I screw something up? No. What salt should we use though? What salt does Hunter2 prefer? How about PogChamp? That's a good salt. 8. Yeah. I see Hunter2. You only see asterisks? Okay, so how many iterations? Let's make it real safe. They'll never guess the password now. 100,000 iterations. And then key length? I don't know. What do people usually use? 80 bytes? Actually, I think actually that's a good question. What's the recommended key length? So PBK DF2 recommended key length. There, it's already, someone's already looked it up. Yep, someone's already asked it. You should use more than 128 bytes. Oh, okay. Well, let's make it 512. Why not? Because that's the size, that's the max size of the hash function, right? So the length is 512. The PRF is making an HMAC out of 8F SHA 512, right? This actually isn't so ridiculous because I'll end up using this block of code in the real thing. So there we go. We're taking Hunter2 with the salt of PogChamp and iterating 100,000 times in the inner loop to produce a 512 byte long key or hashed password. There we go. That's super safe. No one will ever know our password now. Make a command, and here we'll expect Pepe for the username. And let's just we don't know what to expect for the password. Let's expect that there is something there, not equal to empty string. Thanks for following, Ticknew. For password, do I want to call it password or should I call it password hash? I should probably do that to emphasize it's been hashed. You know what? I'll also need to store the salt as well. Talked about this earlier, right? Let's keep the salt separate. And I will make the salt here be C string or data. We can use data and then salt length. And define the salt separately. Const string salt equals PogChamp. Okay, so salt is salt, and I needed to store... I can probably hard code these numbers, right? Or do I want to store the iteration count separately? That's a good question. Hey there, John Games. Quick question is what do we actually store in the password file? Shout out to John Games. He's making a game called Roots, which is a mobile game, which is kind of nifty. Check out his stream sometime. And how do you write back to you? Yeah, does the iteration count for the password hash? Does that get stored? Let's look it up. Nearing completion, that's great. You know what else is complete is Thrusty's Ship, which is a game I played earlier today. Just released today. Okay, what is stored in password file? How to store the salt. You can store it in plain text. Yeah, but did they store the iteration count? I think we do because I was looking earlier and this is not mentioning it, but it says PV. Yeah. Yeah, and here's another reference to Argon 2. That's probably what I should be using since it's newer and better. Okay, a really more focused question is iteration count stored? There we go. So the number of iterations stays secret, exactly. Normally we store the number of iterations with the hashed password in the same string. They could easily discover the number of iterations if they know the password. Okay. We really can't tell the number of iterations attacker would need. Yeah, okay. So I guess we're storing it. So let's make a constant for it. Size t iterations. Okay. So we'll expect to see that. Actually, you know what I kind of feel like doing is storing this in an inner table. Because why not? And we'll have a key named auth. And this is hash. Salt iterations. And should we store the hash function we used as well? Just in case I end up changing the hash function. Probably should, right? So we'll say function or algorithm. And let's do the professional thing where we say the whole string, pbkdf2 hmac sha2 512. There. Okay, let's actually keep that as a variable. Const string. Okay, so we're gonna get. Don't know what the hash is, don't care, as long as it's not an empty string. Expect a salt to show up. Oh, we should put this. Let's put that in a substructure called auth, called hash. Sort of mirror that structure. Oh, you closed my tab? How could you? How could you close my tab? That's okay, I forgive you. Why did I not make a constant for the username? I don't know. Actually, what am I doing here? Const standard string username. Pepe. Okay. Now in code, It's a very similar thing, so I'm just going to use the exact same arrangement. Only, oh wait a minute, it's slightly different, isn't it? It's built from pieces and then encoded. So we expect the encoding to look like that. Right? We expect the encoding to look like that. Here are some constants we want. And then we're going to set them instead of expecting them. No constant for email? Oh, did I forget? I guess I forgot. Hold on, let me fix that. Yeah, good catch. The email. Thank you, Blueberry King. Don't know why I neglected that. Maybe it's just because I got carried away with that fun little block of code there. All right. I don't have an expect though. You got the reference? Email, command email. All right, so I need to reverse all of these things. In the arrange. Yes. So it's username equals username. I'll just type them. I guess we'll just compute the hash here, right? Yeah. Actually, why don't I do that up here? Yeah, why am I not doing that here? We should just compute the hash. Because then I can compare it exactly. Alright, so let me not lose the precious thing I have in my clipboard. Paste. There. It's glorious. And I can say it's equal to the hash now. Alright, so the hash, I have that in my clipboard, is there. So the hash equals the hash. Thanks for the follow, fled from nowhere. You fled from nowhere, and nowhere happens to be the email name of our test user. Look at that. Oh, it's nobody. Okay, you didn't flee from nobody, you fled from nowhere. I got it. So we're good. So the salt is the salt. The iterations is iterations. And, uh-oh, what'd I get a dance game for? Oh, stream elements? Sorry about that. Did it unlurkerify you? I apologize. I know not everyone likes to be pointed out. You know what I would kind of prefer? If Twitch had a way for you could follow silently. So that it didn't pop up notifications. That would be cool. Then people could decide whether or not they wanted to have their name advertised for the entire world. Or not. Email equals email. Alright. If we're done with that, we will just expect that we have this whole thing where it should be. Email. I did that up here as well, right? Yes. Okay. It's actually a lot more manageable this way. So basically these two tests are our test. We can create it from the encoding. And then test that we can encode from the individual fields. And then finally we can get a type, which is really simple. Okay, so that will not quite compile because we don't have that type yet. So we need to add that. Is this wrong? This is wrong. That is not necessary. All right, so we need to make a new command. So create player. Ready, player one? Okay. Make a new command. Create player. Create player. A lot of this is boilerplate. This represents a server command which is used to create a new player in the game. All right. So we're going to have to say this is the player's username. These comments are going to be pretty bad, but that's okay. Email and auth. Hold on, I should just reserve that one for auth. So this one will be auth. Authentication. How about just auth? Auth data. This is the player's email address, which is optional. This holds the data necessary to authenticate the user when they provide a password. All right. No, didn't need that one. All right. So we need to have auth data. Let's make that an inner type. This is okay to do once in a while, but don't get carried away having a nested type like this. This holds... Actually, I'm just going to repeat that. And then we'll say inside we have a couple things, right? We need string, by the way. And the first thing was... It's hash salt iterations algorithm, right? Okay. This is the output of the algorithm. The selected hashing algorithm, where the input is the user's password. All right, and then, or the input includes the user's password. This is the salt input to the selected hashing algorithm. This is the number of internal iterations to perform in the selected. Why am I typing this over and over again? I don't know. There. This identifies uniquely the selected hashing algorithm. I'll most likely just hard code that for now, by the way. I guess in the future I would have a factory function that would give you a real function based off of the string. All right. Good. That's good for the header. Now the body. So this is create player. That multi-search replace is just so awesome. Okay. What did it not like about my constructor there? Oh, there's no configuration. Okay, so we have to pull the parts out. Username. No, a username. And then auth. Actually, you know what I'm going to do is just initialize the email here. I'll do the auth separately. Encoding email. We'll do the auth separately here. We'll say const auto auth encoding is encoding auth. And then auth dot hash is auth encoding hash. The implementation is going to be pretty basic, right? Salt is salt. Iterations is iterations. And algorithm's algorithm, right? And then to encode, I'm going to blatantly steal from the unit test for that. Because I already have exactly what I want here. Return that. Dang it. Return it. I just had to fix up a few things here. So we need to put auth dot in front of these. 3, 4. Uh-oh. Someone's printing out something and now the printer's run out of paper. I have to go put more paper in the printer. Just a moment. Putting paper in the printer. I'll be right back. This is a printer paper feed break. Sponsored by Thrusty Ship. Okay. Paper is now correctly fed into printer. Oh, I got a little blue halo behind me. That is glare from the window behind me. Let me go fix that, since I'm a perfectionist. Sorry about that. Actually, I guess it's more than just glare. It's my camera filter is a little off. Let's do some little adjustment there. There we go. Ah, it was good, and then I moved. Killing me here, filter. What's wrong? Is the key color not quite right today? Is that what's going on? Oh, well, I'll live with a little bit of graininess. Okay. This is missing a couple of things. It's missing that. Cool. All right, so the code is there. The tests are there. Let's try it out. Okay, I missed something. No constructor, or it's ambiguous. Cannot convert from initial, no. I think it's vector didn't like this. Maybe I got that wrong. Let me look it up in my trusty manual. Sure, why not? Although I'm kind of not liking this manual program very much these days. Because now I'm getting used to being able to increase the size of the font with the mouse, and I don't know how to do it with this. Vector. Vector, vector. Vector, vector, vector. I want one that takes a pointer and length. Maybe there isn't one. There isn't one. Oh, that sucks. Shoot. How am I gonna do this then? So there's a string constructor that works like this, but I guess vector constructor doesn't. Let's make a helper. Let's vector from string. Byte vector from string. Hunter 2. And then the assault as well. So we're gonna make a little helper. Well, I was trying to give it the pointer to an array of uint8s. So I was saying this C string, pretend it's a pointer to bytes, basically, and then pass the length in as a second argument, because that works with, you could do that kind of thing with string, but I guess vector doesn't support it. Okay, so I did that. I have to do that several times, don't I? One more, maybe? It was just twice. Okay, so let's make that little helper. Here. Returns a vector of bytes given a string. s. It's going to be really short. It's going to be return, whoops, return a vector. Wouldn't that be because string decays to char? Well, but if you use a C-style cast, it's like a reinterpret cast. It's not that that it is castable. It's just that I hack it to say that address, pretend it's bytes. But there simply is no constructor of vector that takes a pointer. That's the root problem to that error. None of these takes a pointer. They all take either a reference to one or an iterator to a range, which is too bad. So I'm going to use the iterator range because string gives me an iterator. The reason I just don't put that in place is that we need to have a name, this s name. So putting it into this helper function lets me gives me an opportunity to give it a name, basically. Okay, what else is wrong? Whoops. I didn't mean to resize that window. Get back to the right size there. All right. I have a syntax error. Oh, I had this before, right? I just copied that error around. There are two missing bits of syntax. There and there. Undeclared identifiers, really? Oh yeah, look at that. It's not declared. It needs to be declared. Right there. Salt as well. Getting there. A couple more places I think I missed. Oh. I forgot to copy the email part? I guess. Yeah, I guess I forgot the email part. There we go. Alright, it's linking, I think. Hold on. Wow. Let me put this aside. Hold on a second. Toss the stack of papers that were printed aside. Okay, something is wrong because we have unresolved oh, right. Yeah. It can't find command, the create player command, because I did not add that to the CMake list yet. Right here. Create. Oh, thanks for the follow. Create player. Try again. How am I doing on time? I got an hour and 10 minutes before I should eat something. Doing okay. I could be doing better. It built, so let's test it. So I think I need to tell it to refresh the test because it kind of disappeared. Where did it go? Oh, it's in here. Let's just run all the tests. So actually, I think it will pass right away. What, is it stuck? I think it's stuck. It's stuck. Stop. Run all the tests. Huh. It's like stuck somehow. Yeah, it's stuck in that function. I wonder if I have some kind of loop, or is it the iterations are too high? Maybe because it's a debug build, that iteration count is too high. Oh well, we'll have to make a slightly less secure Hunter 2. I'm sorry, folks. It has to be done, though. We'll do only 1,000. So now it'll be slightly easier to guess our password. Oh well. But it works. Let's run everything and make sure I didn't break anything. So just out of curiosity, what is the hashed password for Hunter 2 with 1,000 iterations of PBKDF2HMAC SHA-512? Let's see what it is. Put a breakpoint there and do debug. It is that string. Interesting. So if you ever see that string, in someone's password file, and they were using HMAC SHA-512 PBKDF2 with 1,000 iterations, you'd know that their password is Hunter2. All right. I just need something to fill into the data structure. All of this was just sort of to have fun. But I can, like I said before, I can reuse this later in the real code to do the hashing. All right, yeah, remember that string. If you see that in someone's password file, after you've, I don't know, gotten access, unauthorized access to it, you'll know it's Hunter2. All right, so we have the command, and I'm going to do right now the step I always forget, which is I need to add it to the factory of registered commands. Right now it's in the main here. I should probably move it, but I just haven't yet. So what I do is there's a table in here of factory functions, and I just add one. It's templated, so it's just take these two instances and call create player, and we're done. So now, because it's a registered command, the game will understand what the command is, and it'll always map back the JSON for that command back to the runtime type, essentially. Okay, let me check that in. We can check something else off the list for today. Wait a minute, did I checked in everything for the hash, right? Yeah, okay, so this was all about adding the create player command, right? Yeah, we added this ridiculous overhead to play around with the hash function. That's fine. I think we earned a pass for that. Registering the command happens there. This is the little test that we did a little bit ago. I'll remove that. And here's the new command. Yeah, the commands themselves really just serializations. So right now it serializes to JSON value. Later, if I need to optimize it, it will turn from this nice JSON format to some kind of binary format that's quicker to parse. The real reason I'm using JSON for commands right now is when I show them in the actual game journal, the runtime game journal, I can decipher them without a tool. I can look at the game journal here and I can say, oh, look, for index 17, it's a finish reconfiguration command. If it was in binary, number one, I wouldn't know how many commands there were. Right now it's easy. I can just count by line numbers. There are exactly 49 commands. 49 commands are there. And I can look at any individual command and look, but the line number tells me the log index, and I can figure out really quickly what it is. So as long as this isn't too slow, I'm going to go with this for now. And if I need to change it, it'll be a binary format, and this command encoding will get a little bit more complicated than this. But faster. Complicated, but faster. ConEmu, yeah. By the way, I have a command for that. If anyone wants to know what is this tabbed shell that I use, it's ConEmu. It's really just a wrapper for shells. So I have two kinds of shells. There's the built-in CMD for Windows, and then there's the Git bash that comes with the Git for Windows. All right, these are not relevant. Okay, so we are adding create player command, game command. Short and sweet, and I will push that, and let me here's an interesting command, get clean-n, and then you make sure that you're going to delete things that you don't mind losing, and then clean F removes them. Makes your workspace clean. Well, this hasn't been too slow for me. But yeah, I imagine it could be slow because it's adding an additional layer on top of everything. All right, so done with that card. Done. Okay, player table. This will be something the executor does. Let's do that. So I wonder if I'll end up, now that I think about it, I'll end up replicating this somewhere else in a table. Actually, not quite. It will be a map keyed by username, won't it? And then this will be the content. I might end up extracting this part out as a common data structure called player record. Maybe I should do that right now to get it out of the way. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to refactor a bit. I'm going to make, like I have a client record here. Let's make a player record. Client and player are different things. A player is you or me, the information about us as people connecting into the game. A client is the agent of the player. It would be like the JavaScript app that is logging into the game, or it could be an administrator tool. So the client will refer to a player once the player's been authenticated, but until then, a client has no player, and an automated tool wouldn't have a player either. Can you estimate when we'll be streaming the developing of the first React part? Oh, I have the React part done. In a little bit, I'll be adding the React stuff. Okay, maybe not. It's down here in this green part where I was going to work on React, but I already have some stuff in React done. I can show you if you're interested in the React part. So, oh, I had started that up at the beginning of this stream, and I forgot to show it. So I have I use create React app to make a boilerplate React app, and I filled in enough to make a little console. It looks like this. It's not very styled yet at all, so it looks pretty gross. But I have a scrollable diagnostic message viewer here and some dynamically made tables. I can go through how I did some of that. So there, it's all mostly in this app, although this little form that you can fill out here is a separate thing. So the main app, right now it's not, I'm not very good at React. I'm still learning. So right now the whole app is one component, except for that server form, which is a separate thing I added. The app renders things in sections. So for example, this whole pane here is this main pane? No, main left is this left panel. Main right is this right panel. Hey there, Viable Clan member. I should wave to Andy as well. How are you doing? How are you guys doing? You were tired about how slow Connie EMU is, so you solved it by adding something to... What did you add? Huh. Let me save that for later. I'm interested in looking at that later. So anyway, a couple things I learned making this React app. There's nothing really built in that has this nice scrollable text thing that you can add rows to, so I looked this up. I ended up picking auto sizer and list from React Virtualized. And it's a little bit old. There's a newer version or a rewrite of this in progress, but even the author of React Virtualized says he's still using this for his own stuff. But it lets you, let me go back to where that was. This list is like this list of rows, and the auto sizer ends up making it so that the list can fit into a smaller section of the screen with a little scroll bar. And you instrument it with stuff like where to scroll to whenever you update the state, and then where it gets the, this is actually an extra prop, where it gets the number of rows from, and where it gets the heights from. And that's a little tricky because I ended up using a measurement row height measurer that's cached. And yeah, it took a while to figure out, but I basically followed examples you can find if you Google search React Virtualized. So that's that right panel. On the left, it's a bit more straightforward. So if any one of these pieces, like the realm status, we have a div with the realm, and then we have a select thing up here. So if there was more than one realm, I could pick it. That when we change the value, it calls a method, which ends up selecting the new realm by changing the current state. And then everything is driven from the React state, the component state, right? So when you set it, it ends up re-rendering so that when it gets back and renders like which one we have selected there, and then anywhere else I might use that state, it'll update the rest of the state, the rest of the view. How many objects in a list should there be before you want to virtualize it? I would say when you intend it to be what's the term? Unlimited in length? So like this log is going to continuously scroll and it'll get a lot busier when the game is running. And it's not going to be infinite in size, but I might want like what you might expect for a shell window, right? Something like this, I want to be able to scroll back and look at old log messages. Maybe not all of them, but maybe, I don't know, the last 1,000 or so. So React Virtualize, the reason you'd use React Virtualize is that you might have 1,000 rows in this table, but you're only rendering the visible ones. And I can kind of show that if I open the debug tools here and I go to the React, this is the React debug tool. If I look at that individual thing, you can see there actually isn't anything in the DOM before 135. Okay, there's one that's invisible off the top. But as I scroll and you watch this right part, you can see that the rows it actually renders change as I scroll. It's not exactly what's visible. It's also pre-rendering stuff beforehand. It tries to be smart about it. So if you had like 1,000,000 rows, you wouldn't have 1,000,000 entries in the DOM. You just have maybe 100 or so that you are visible at one time. So that's the whole point of that React Virtualized. And yeah, I mean it was fun. Some stuff was hard for me to get right, like the auto sizing of that. And my recommendation of that is to do it in CSS using display flex grow, and flex grow 0 for the left means that this doesn't change in size. Flex grow 1 for this panel means it basically gets all the extra extra real estate horizontally. Isn't that cool? And there's more advanced stuff you could do. Like I might want to change this to where if it gets too narrow, maybe we do a different layout. And that I haven't done it yet, but I think the key is you look up like how you make something mobile friendly, and it talks about there being different media. I don't know what is it called? Media selector. So if the width of your window is under a certain threshold, you would use a different set of styles. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Well, the first thing I want to do when I get better at CSS is make this a dark theme, because I'm getting more and more used to dark theme user interfaces. What else should I show here? Just coloring the ones that aren't connected is pretty easy. You have something in here. I use class names. So class names is yet another thing you can Google search. It's a module for React or JavaScript in general, and it fills in the CSS class names based off of whether, in this case, whether this yields true or false, right? And so you have a helper here is connected. If it returns true, we use the connected style, otherwise it's disconnected. And then the actual colors are picked here in the CSS. Green and red, right? So I'm getting more and more used to React. The things that were really difficult for me to figure out were, what does this mean in JavaScript? Because I didn't know much about JavaScript. It's a bit different from the self that you would find in Lua or Python, and it's also different from the hidden variable this in C++. It depends a lot more on the context of where it's used. So for example, here it's in the context of this entire overall function, not in the context of the event handler itself. Like when you actually change the selection here, it's not going to compute this. This will be pre-computed, which is why you want to use an arrow function to capture this from the enclosing context, and then you're kind of burying it into here as the body of this arrow function. So the only thing you need from the change event is the event itself, which is fed in as a function call, or as an argument for the function. So anyway, I'm not describing it the best, but that really tripped me up learning it the first time. And also how to mix this JSX, which is, you see, like HTML like syntax mixed in with JavaScript, how to mix that with this backtick, I guess you call it string interpolation, and how to mix them correctly. Like when to use backtick in the first place, and when to use these, the $ curly braces, to embed JavaScript inside of JSX, which is inside of JavaScript. It's like the context switches whenever you switch from whenever you have a JSX tag, you're switching into HTML context, and then when you have a backtick, you're switching back to JavaScript context. So it gets a little hard to understand. You're saying ugh, Steve. I hope it's not because I'm looking at too much JavaScript right now. There are things I need to clean up here, like this is difficult to read, right? And whenever I was using object entries. So one thing I have planned is to pick up something like Lodash, which is supposedly makes this a lot easier to express what I'm doing. Not you, JavaScript. Yeah, but I could do things to make this easier to read. Like using Lodash would replace this with something a lot easier to read. I could also break this up. I'm doing this entire construction of the version table in one statement. I could break it up, right? I could first build this list, and actually before building the list, I could build the list items first. So I could build the list items, then make a list out of it, then make the overall list item out of that, right? So doing it more piecemeal might make it easier to read. This really is just a prototype right now. Actually, no, that's not the right answer. It's not pretty right now because I'm a novice at JavaScript. I think as I gain experience, then this will become cleaner and cleaner. All right, should I look at anything else here? Most of React ends up being formulation of bits and pieces of the DOM with JSX sprinkled with JavaScript. Is really all that React really is. The whole component system, this app component, it's really just JavaScript logic for constructing a DOM element. So yeah, deconstructing the smaller components. So I made a step towards that in that if you see my add server form, the whole, where do I show it? This whole construct where you can hit add and then fill out a form and then either add it. I should probably make this confirm or something, or cancel it. That whole thing is encapsulated within this add server form, which is another component that has the form in there along with the cancel button, and it's using the props to forward back when you either submit or you cancel the form, so that it makes it easier to, hold on, I lost my context. We're actually use it, makes it easier to read, right? Here. It's like here we'll either have an add server form or just have a button to show it. So yeah, getting there. All right, I don't want to spend way too much time. I was in the middle of checking that in, right? I checked it in. Did I mark the card off though? Oh no, I was adding player table. Yeah. Oh right, I was going to refactor out the player record from client record. That's where I was. No, player record will be refactored out from the create player command. This stuff. This is what I want to put in the player record. All right, so let's do that. So this is player record. Do we need that? Don't think so. We don't need that anymore. Player record. I'm going to pull this out of it. So let's copy it for now. Paste. So we need string. I'm keyboard challenged today. Recommend trying to think about destructuring the components. Yeah, I agree, Andy. When you have Connie, when you up the reflection in the glasses. Yeah, sorry about that. The lighting in my office area is sort of tricky. I have like an open part of the house where I'm working, which is why I need the green screen behind me at all. And the light is coming in from like 3 different directions, and sometimes I have to really turn the chroma filter up pretty aggressively. Yeah, I mean, there's a tricky balance, right? if I turn it down too much, you start to see artifacts of the, because it's not a uniform color, because of the light coming from behind me. I turn it too aggressively, I melting. Ah! I melt away. It's trying to find that perfect balance between. There's not much room, and also the nice balance point changes as the light goes up and down. There we go. Yeah, and so like with this balance, like I get the slightest reflection of blue will kill it. And I just messed it up, didn't I? Slightest reflection of blue will do it. Anyway, auth data. I guess we're just hoisting this entire structure out. Sounds good to me. So that's type. That should say types. Types and properties. So, okay, we have size t. So size t is declared in standard definitions. All right, so this goes away. This is replaced by a player record, which is in the public API. So we will say include through the public name of the package and then player record. And it, can I say that directly? It's no, it can't be both undefined and that. I think it's confused. There we go. So I guess we'll call that what? Record? This is the player's username. This holds the information kept about the user, about the player in the game. So then it makes executing this command very easy. We just add this record to the table. That's why I'm maneuvering all this to be like that. So we change that, so I need to go and change the unit. Well, let's change the implementation first. Because all this auth stuff and email is inside of the player record, which means I should not use the initializer. I would like to do something like this, but you can't do that in C++. I can't initialize a field of a structure from the initializer list of the class. Initializer list is almost a relic from the past now, because you can do it in the constructor body, and you can also, if you really wanted to, default them here, like this. We can make the default username Joe. So yeah, we'll leave that for username because it's so dang convenient. And here it's record dot. So record dot moves in front of all these auths actually. Well, actually not all of them. All the auth dots have record dot auth dot instead. Okay. This is record dot. And then we have to go update the test as well. Ooh, another reason to do C++20. Designated initializers, that's the formal name? That's what I want. I wants it. There, and there. By the way, I'm alt-clicking. This is really handy in VS Code. Click, and then alt-click all the other places you want cursors, and then just paste. Oh, missed one. Very super convenient. That would be nice. Not saying I'd like to be able to do that. I should just take the plunge and move to C++ 17 at least, if not 20. I'm just too busy making this game. Okay. Client record is not a member of Realm server. Is that because of a previous compiler error? What happened to client record? I screwed up. Oh, I did. Oh, I bet I know what it is. I bet I didn't change a header guard somewhere. Let's look. I might have copy pasted the header guard. Yep, I did. Header guard was not renamed. Player record. All right. Another reason to use pragma once. Yeah. Is that now in every compiler? Is that a standard now? Well, every preprocessor used by the preprocessor used by every compiler? We had this discussion before. I think I promised to follow up and I never did. Hold on, I'm copying your comments because it's making me think I should switch. Consider switching to pragma once. Because my criteria for using a new feature is it has to be... I want the bullets. Oh well, I got to put the bullets back. There we go. And the reason was... The context of it is... made a mistake copy pasting header guard. That is another reason to use pragma once. And this is the criteria. If every compiler that I expect to use on every platform supports it, then I'm good to go doing it that way. I don't want to make the decision midstream though. That's why I put it in my notes. All right, so we're building. Where Ninja has nothing to do. We're going to, let's run everything. 45 minutes. All right, so we're good. So check that in as a refactoring step. Oh wait, I should put that in the CMake, shouldn't I? Just for being nice. Yes. After orchestrator record. Player record. All right. Include that in there. Okay, refactoring it is. Extract player record structure. Okay. Now we need to make the actual... I'm not going to have a real database, but an actual object that will be eventually replaced by the database if I have one. Something to actually store in memory or make it accessible from an API, the player records. So something similar to this configuration object. So let's duplicate the configuration object and call it players. Players. Configuration is players. All right. This is the players component. It holds all the records of players in the game. Okay. It's gonna be eventually a database. Right now it's just gonna be an object, and the way it will fit in is where configuration sits in. I think this configuration, since I'm now adding the players to it, right now it's going to have the collection of game state. It's going to be replaced eventually by a database or some kind of component that accesses the database. The general flow is that the coordinator will create a command to change something, append it to this journal through the raft algorithm. Then the executor will pick it up once raft has committed the entry and apply it to that state. And then a callback, like a unchanged callback from that state, goes back to the coordinator to let it know, okay, it's been set. And so this is going to have the same look and feel as the configuration. It has a publish subscribe pattern and a change callback. And instead of get and set, it's going to be like a dictionary. So it'll be return the record for the given player. I do have flowcharts. This is sort of a mixture of two different kinds of UML diagrams. It's kind of like a component diagram and kind of like a class diagram, kind of mixed together. Because I pick and choose what I need from UML. I'm not a purist. So I use the interface, stick and ball way to show that journal implements Raft ilog and Raft server needs that. But then I also have the association arrows. So these just mean they access them directly. Callbacks are not drawn here. I just have to know that this access from coordinator to configuration is to set a callback, and then the callbacks flow in reverse direction. But then I also mix in some of these things, like that's the open diamond is composition? No, aggregation. The closed diamond is composition. Composition means that a zone is part of a realm. Aggregation means the executor has a realm, but the realm is not a part of the executor. So it's a weak, this is like a weak kind of component hierarchy, and this is a strong form. So if I destroy the realm, everything that's composed in it gets destroyed too. But if I destroy the executor, the realm remains. Right? We just lost a reference to it is all. So yeah, I use diagrams when I have a lot of moving parts that are associated to each other to kind of keep it straight in my head, and then I can show this to you guys to give you at least a clue about where a component fits in. So right now I'm about to add a brother to configuration called players, and then I'll be going to executor and pulling out create players and applying them to the players object. Yeah, I had a mentor who was really into generating code from diagrams. I don't believe in it. I've never seen it done correctly. I'm a skeptic. So this is username, right? Return. Let's just have it. It should be immutable, right? We want the state to be immutable. It's kind of like Raft in a way. Anything that accesses the configuration other than the executor has read-only access, because only the executor is allowed to apply journal entries to update the server state. I need to update this. It's not just realm. Update any state. Any persistent server state. Oh, there are some exceptions. With exceptions, such as Raft state. That's handled by a different object that's not depicted there. Hey, I'm pedantic. Alright, so it's not going to be a copy. It's going to be a read-only reference to the given player's record is returned. This is the name provided by the player to identify themselves. Alright, so we are going to return a const player record. And then what if I just make this the operator indexer? Doesn't that make sense? We index by username. And then set is going to be only used from the executor. I have this problem right now. Both this players and the one I'm copying from configuration have both get and set in the same place. They're called from different objects though. I really should split this up into two interfaces. One you're using to set and the other one to get. Make a note of that. Actually there's two things. Need to consolidate game state, e.g. configuration players, into one need consolidate or consolidate players or have a facade, a single facade object. Notice how it added a little accent on there automatically. That's cool. Or to have a single facade object to unify the interfaces they use. Because they use a lot of common interfaces. They all have get, they all have set, they have callbacks. And how did I want to do that? Oh, right. This will make it a lot easier to implement game state in terms of a database. Because the database will take over all that responsibility and will be interfacing with it through table and column names, but have the same kinds of methods no matter what table or columns, right? So right now there's a bit of duplication. So there's a subscription, publish, subscribe for both objects, so really we only need one. All right, anyway. Same directory, right? So we can pull directly in the player record. I just hit my mic with my glasses. That's how tired I am. Tired? Why am I tired? Don't know. Okay, change. Actually, the only thing I'm going to allow right now is adding. So add the given player. And there'll be username and there'll be a little record. This contains, I can copy this document up here, right? This holds all the information instance has. Oh, that's just wrong. A player of the game. And I'll just copy that shamefully from one place to another. There is no return value, no other parameter. So add. This and this. Actually, can I use R value semantics? Why not? We'll move it in. It's implied it'll be destroyed or consumed here. Record. It is moved into the it is consumed by the method. All right. Don't need it next. Don't need it in advance. I think we could just keep it simple like that. Okay, so that's players. So we'll need a copy of configuration called players, CPP. Okay, but it has the same general shape here. Same, again, copy pasted, but we'll have to unify this later. So everywhere that is, we'll have players. Okay, and then this is where the players are stored. It'll be a map from string to player record. Records. Which means I need, oh, I already have map, okay. Don't have string though. Next we do not have, we have the event, next event subscriber ID though. Okay, so get becomes the index operator. And we'll just return. Actually, we'll need another one later for like checking if it's in the records, right? And the other one was add. Hopefully this section of the code is easier to understand. This players really is just a wrapper for the map of usernames to player records. Let's actually say that here. The keys are the player's usernames, and the values contain information about each player. Can't use records method is const. What did I do wrong? No, you can do that. The whole method is const. It just returns a... how do I show that? It returns a const reference. I just have to be very careful about what I do with that reference because we're returning... oh, wait a minute. This might be dangerous, right? Because it could be changed once we release the lock. Do I just want to make a copy then? Yeah, that actually might be... that's a better idea anyway. So it really is a copy of the given player's records is returned. That way, if we change it after we release the lock, it won't mess things up. Yeah, what happened to your, is that autocorrect got in the way? Oh no, that was const became zonar. Nice. Okay, this one, we have a unique lock because we have a publish on change, and I will put username equals move in the record. We don't need get next, set next, advance. Hold on a sec. Oh, someone's printing something out. I'll have to pause for a moment to hand them the paper when it's printed out. This is boilerplate stuff we keep. Okay, hold on a sec. Handing off some printouts. All right. Does this deserve a unit test? Oh, it should have it, right? Configuration test, so we'll have a player's test. While I'm at it, let's add stuff to the CMake files. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get back to React today. I bit off more than I could chew today, I think. Where is that new header? Players next to player record, okay. Actually, does that belong in the public API? Oh, it might, because we might use that later for testing. Yeah, so we'll keep it there. Or actually, no, it doesn't even need to be there for testing. Actually, good question. Why do I have so many things in the public API? These aren't needed. They don't need to be here. Let me make a note of this too. This might be just a restructuring of the project. Consider moving headers from Realm server public API to implementation. They probably aren't needed in public API, which is only used by... it's really only used by the host. Although there's something to be said about the components talking to each other through these public interfaces only. But there are... okay, I can't stop them from accessing headers they shouldn't get to anyway, unless I break this library up. Which I might. I might eventually do that. Alright, anyway, I'm considering it for later. For now, it's there. And it has a CPP file. Next to journal. Okay, and then the unit tests as well. I already put that in there. Okay, build. I just really want to run CMake. I know it's not going to really build. Players tests. This is players. Okay, so we're going to set up some initial players. I guess we'll have one player in there, and then we'll test setting up another player. So, am I doing this from JSON? No, I'm doing this from player record. Oh, I'm glad you learned a lot. Thanks. Glad you enjoy it. Feel free to ask me any questions about what I'm working on, or if you have like a side question, that's fine too. I don't mind answering. I'll let you know if I feel competent answering the question or not, and if so, I'll give you what my best answer is. Initials. So let's say player 1 and player 2. What is best in life? Crush your enemies, drive them before you, and to hear the lamentation of the women, right? That's from Conan. What is good in... It's actually not what is best in life, rather, Mike. It's what is good in life. What's testing? Testing is crush your bugs and drive them before you. I don't know. Okay, we're not setting, we're adding. And actually, let's give him a name. I'm wondering if I should just make an array or keep it like that. This is probably good enough. So we'll just have player 1. We just have to have some name. So how about Alice and Bob? For those who don't know, like if I could continue this trend. Alice, Bob, Carol. These are from the voice over IP specification in the internet. If you look there, they had to pick just random names for like callers, and they picked Alice, Bob, and Carol. I think it's because it's A, B, and C, so it's easy to keep track of. That's where I'm getting those names from. Oh, what's testing? That is a base class defined there in Google Test, which is used to make what's called a fixture. This is a fixture. What a fixture does is if you use the same name of the fixture for your test and you put this underscore f, then instead of this being just a test function, it becomes a test subclass of the fixture so that you can have access to any record, any member field or method, any member field or method of the fixture. So it's most useful for having common variables that you want the test to have access to and have common setup and teardown. So in this case, I wanted to have some example players that are set up in one place and then used for multiple tests. So we'll add player 1. And then I'm not going to add player 2. I'll have tests add by adding player 2. And in teardown, we don't need to do anything. So this will be index. So expect player 1 to be what we get back. Actually, we can't compare them directly. We'll just do... I never filled out player 1 anyway. Let's fill out player 1. Let's just work with the email for now. Since I don't need to test player record, it's just a plain old data. I can just put in like email. Alice@example.com. Bob. So what we'll do is we'll expect player 1's email if we take players and index player 1 name, and then we look at the email. That should be good enough to verify index works, and then add, right? Those are the two methods I want to test. They were used in the original RSA paper? They were? Oh, okay. Even older than SIP. the session initiation protocol, which is sweet and very difficult to implement. But it's used for voice over IP. And that's where I remember reading them. Okay, so add. Do we need to? We don't really need this arrange act assert. We can just say players.add player 2 name player 2, and we'll leverage the fact that we can expect it to be in there, right? It might seem kind of silly that the test is really doing the same thing as the setup, but it's really to establish that yes, we can index it, and that when we add something, we can then get it back by indexing it, right? That's all that really is doing, and that's all we need to worry about for now. Oh, maybe not. We want the subscribe, unsubscribe as well. Let's put that in there. So there, we're basically going to add player 2 and expect that we got a callback after we subscribe. Changed. Oh, I don't need this. Actually, maybe we want to make it a little bit more elaborate. Maybe what we'll do is we'll have an argument, the player name, username, and then we'll record what it is, what it was. Changed username, and that means we'll have to capture it in our callback and then set it. So then we can expect it was, we can basically assert that it was changed. An assert is like an expect, only we stop the test early if it fails. And then we'll expect that player 2 name is the changed username. Okay. Unsubscribe does the same thing, only before we do the add, we unsubscribe. So it's the same kind of setup. Only we actually get the delegate out. We don't cast it away. And that is part of the setup. And then before adding it, we call the unsubscribed delegate. Then we assert, or we basically expect false, that it changed. And then we don't, actually we can trim a little bit. I don't need this anymore. So I can reduce this back to something a bit more simple, and I can just ignore this entirely. Subscribe, immediately unsubscribe, adding, then we shouldn't get the callback. Good. Alright, player, okay, I made it singular instead of plural. Wait a minute, it is plural there. What did I do? Oh, in the header file. Oh, record, player record. Alright. Line 27. Oh, it doesn't know what namespace that's in. There we go. Do I use that elsewhere? No. And what now? Line 38. Cannot convert from record. Oh, right, we're moving it in. Okay. I kind of want to keep the original around, so we'll make a new one. So, player record from player 1. I guess I got to do the same trick elsewhere where we do an add. Give them a copy to use. So what that R value reference does, if I do this right, let me get it right first and then I'll explain what I'm doing. That needs a realm server. Let me get it right and I'll explain what I'm doing. Shoot, I'm having the worst luck right now. Oh, again. Oh, right. That won't compile because I added the username. Let's add that to the API. So it now takes an argument. Username. Let's specify what it is. This is the username of the player that was added, changed, or removed. Are we going to allow changing usernames? Or is changing a username going to be remove the user and then add them back? I'm going to think about that. Oh, thanks for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now that that is declared, probably where we call it needs to be modified. Yes, so publish on change, we'll need to give it two things, right? The lock, actually lock should probably be last, and the username. Username, this is the, I'm keyboard challenged today, I'm sorry. The name of the user, name of the player, added, changed, or removed. Ah, keyboard challenged. That was. Okay, and then we can provide it like that. And then down here, we will add it. There. Hey there, said who? Did you stream recently, said who, or did I? If you did, I think I missed it. But shout out to said who. He does a little bit of a different thing. He likes to work on shaders on stream, using Shader Toy, and it's always fun to look at his work. Oh, you did. I'll have to look at your VOD. Totally missed it. I'm sorry. There's a lot going on. Very, very busy. Yesterday was like the next patch, or the latest patch of World of Warcraft came out, and I happened to be in a casual guild with some friends, so I spent like 6 hours a week doing that. So I had to catch up because the new patch came out. So I was pretty busy after the stream. So you were probably streaming like while I was trying to catch up in WoW. I'll have to look though, because I always like looking at the shader toys you make. Do you have like a library of shaders you've made? Because that would be really handy for someone learning shaders to like look at examples that are fun. Okay, this is building now. I can explain what the heck I was doing with the R value reference. So my idea is most of the time when I'm adding a player to the player, the what do you call it? The database of players, that the record I pass in I'm not going to need after I add it. So this double and sign means that the method is consuming that object. It's not going to be returned. It's by reference though, so technically it does return something. It returns an object in an indefinite state, like as if it was well, it's actually it's like not even constructed anymore. You could reuse it if you have a method which specifically puts it into a known initial state, kind of like if you had a clear or a reset method, you could reuse it. So because we consume the record, it allows us to avoid copying it. We actually just transfer ownership of the object directly to the method, and we don't need to make a copy. But since in a couple of these tests, I do want to just make a copy, I do it with this little trick where I basically make a temporary whose value is copied from the player 2, and then we take the temporary and we move it in. We don't have to say standard move because this is not the name of the temporary, this is the name of the temporary's type. You have to use standard move. Did I use that anywhere here? No, I used it here. I had to use standard move here because record is the name of the object. And that's a general rule to remember in C++ with these R value references. If it has a name, it's not an R value. Even if it came from an R value reference, the moment you attach a name, it's no longer an R value. So to make it an R value again, you have to put it inside of a standard move. And then you have to remember that once you've moved it after this line, record, you shouldn't touch it unless you want to reuse it by resetting it or something. But yeah, all of this is done so that we can avoid making copies. Like the name implies, we're just moving the contents of that object into that map and not having to make a copy. Which, the benefit is if the record is a really expensive thing to copy, you save some time. You have 100 private unlisted shaders. So that would be cool if you... I wonder if you can make some money off of that. Have some like demo shaders, and then if they like subscribe or pay you in some way, they'd have access to more of your library. Ooh, cool. Let me bookmark that for later. It's always fun to see other people's work. Especially people that are smarter than you at something. So Sedhu is a lot better at shaders than I am. I mean, look at this. This is just cool stuff. Here we go. Having trouble understanding gear ratios and the math behind it? This demonstrates it. You can take some dry-looking math, and then here's the visualization of it. Oh, it's even drawing, with the drawing where one of the teeth of the gears ends up. This reminds me of a childhood toy I used to have that did this, where you'd have like a hole for a pencil, and then you just move it around and you end up drawing the thing. Fun stuff. Where do you have the one where that you had ray casting? Was it this one? Oh yeah, I like this one. Like here, wherever I click, it becomes like a light source, and he does like ray casting. That is totally sweet. All done in the GPU. So don't be surprised if you click on these yourself, that your computer's fan will start to spin up because it's using your graphics processor to draw all that stuff. Just wait a bit. Yeah, the shader toys, it used to be, this used to be a thing, screensavers, right? That used to be an art to make the most intricate screensavers that they could make. And there were contests about it even. All right, so I'm gonna run my test now. Let's see. I don't normally skip. I skipped a step. I made the test and the code at the same time. Really, I should have made the test first and then written the code. But I figure this players object is so simple that just add index, subscribe, unsubscribe, that I could just do it in one shot. If I really wanted to make sure, I could comment out stuff in the code to make sure that the test will fail, right? So if I do that, for example, that should cause some of these tests to fail. Right? So add and index are broken if you can't add. And then the publish is probably going to break the subscribe. Right? And to break unsubscribe, we would return something that doesn't actually unsubscribe, right? So there we go. So that was just a sanity check to make sure that I didn't screw anything up by combining the test writing and the code writing into one step. All right, so we have a players table. Shunk. New player registration. So that really means to execute the create player command. Although that should go quick, but I need to be mindful of the time. I'm running out of time. I really need to eat something before it gets too late. How about this? I will do the new player registration and then save all this stuff for tomorrow. So we're going to do this and save this for tomorrow. So I'll keep this up here for tomorrow. All right, so let's check this in first, and then we'll do the executor work. And my apologies to people who might have wanted to see me do more Raft, but that will probably be tomorrow when I get to making the new client and adding the login screen. I will be doing that in React. That will be tomorrow. So we're basically defining the player state here. Oh, that was just a documentation fix. Let me check that in separately. Player record. Realm server fix comment typo in player record. Have I considered using half an hour to an hour intermission to refuel with lunch? I've been thinking about ways I could do that, but I haven't come up with any idea that I like yet. The problem is it would split my stream into half, and so I would either have two VODs or I'd have a VOD with a huge break in the middle, which some people do. And I don't know, I guess I'm not comfortable with the idea of letting the stream continue even though I'm not there for a long time. I missed a bunch of chat though. Oh, talking about the screensavers? Yeah, that was a thing. That was like a real big deal. I don't know if it still is. What is that about, Steve? You're saying it buffer overflows and returns part of a secret key? Was that something that WinApp did? I'm missing the context of that. But that sounds interesting. All right, so this was adding realm server. Add players object. Okay, we have players. Now we just need to be able to create them. We have a place to store players now. So to actually create them, we need to execute. What is this? Why does it think there are compiler errors? There are no compiler errors here. Okay, let's reload. Whenever this happens, I just reload VS Code to see it. Am I a game developer? I am a new game developer. I am brand new. I have experience that you can check out here, Code Journey. Mostly self-taught. I've worked a long time in embedded and server network kind of stuff. And I'm just taking a crack at making my own game. I know about Godot, yes. Are you in here to promote it? That's fine, because I've heard about Godot. But that was brought up earlier. What is it? There are tools and languages out there that I know are pretty cool, but unless I actually have a pressing need to use it, they're kind of on my list of things to learn later. Godot is eh? Everyone's got an opinion. So you are Rock Day and you're promoting Rock Night Studio. Interesting. There was someone else on Twitch who was using Godot to make games. I can't remember who it was. Actually, you know what I really like is the Love 2D engine, because I have a special place in my heart for Lua, and the Love 2D engine, you can make a game completely in Lua. One of my favorite streamers is doing that right now. Have you seen a 3D path tracer? No, I haven't. At least I don't remember. I don't know. I don't think so. Okay, anyway, executor tests. We're going to make a new test to add a player, right? So, player creation. Player creation. And then while I'm at it, because I'm going to want to make sure it replays correctly, we'll say, do not create player that already exists. All right? Okay, so let's set it up. So the way the executor works is you push a command into the journal and then trigger an execution, which is done by committing the entry, which is what this publish commit event does. And then we make sure the executor did the right thing by looking at side effects. So the same act is going to be used in all these tests, basically. And the assert is that we'll be able to look at the players object, which we don't have yet, and we'll be able to index the players to get the it's sort of a clumsy syntax. Okay, what do you guys prefer? If I have like a Alice, which is better, either that or that? I should type it before I say that. So those are two ways I'll be able to do it. Which one looks better? To me, they're equally ugly. So this one is maybe a little bit easier to understand. It's like we take players, We go to the indexer and use it. You like the second, though? Okay. I will bend to the will of my viewers, and I'll use the second. We need to have a players, though. We have configuration, but we don't have players yet. P for players. So we just add another object here for players. And this needs to be shared. So players. Okay, and then part of the setup is we need to, where is it? No, part of the mobilize, right? Actually, is mobilize called a lot? Okay, no, there's a helper for it. We've been passing the configuration, so now we also have to add the players. So this is where this list is going to grow unless I make one object that consolidates everything. Did I see it already? No, I haven't seen this one yet. This one looks nice. It's another one of set who's shaders. Wait a minute, where's the rest of it? Oh, here it is. No, where is it? Oh, I can drag. Nice. Although it doesn't really remember where I clicked last. It's like the click is the absolute camera position. That's still cool. Look at that reflection off of that clear one. Slick. Yeah, nice. I just kind of look at those and I'm like in awe. I would have to take time to disassemble, to read through the shader code to understand what's going on. I just think it's cool you can do stuff like that. So configure, it's wherever where mobilize is called. We need to, we're gonna have a lot of parameters here. For too long. I have to fix that. For now, we'll just add it. Okay. Now we can assert that Alice's email address shows up in there. Email. When we add it. So we have to create we have to mobilize and create the command that will add it. Which is roughly this. For a long time you wanted to write something like that, but I had no, oh, so you didn't write that one. I see. Or you're saying for a long time you, oh, I see, you did write that. For a long time you wanted to write it, but you had no idea either. So there you go, you're an expert now. That's the story of an expert. Create player. Oh, did I need to have that command in here, don't I? Yeah, sorry, Setu. I must be getting tired. My brain slows down. Okay, let's put the minimum we need here. Record.email. I'm not even going to bother writing constants because I'm tired and lazy right now. All we really need is the record to have the username. No, the command to have the username and the record to have an email in it. We make a journal entry, we attach the command to the journal entry, and we publish it. And then here's the trigger. This should cause a callback to the executor. The executor will take this out and say, okay, I need to add Alice to the users. All right, and then we'll do the same thing, but we'll preload the players. So to preload, one thing we can do is just to have two crates, right? Actually, wait a minute. Does this make sense? I don't actually think it makes sense. I don't think we need this test. If we have two crates of Alice, it should just play them in order and add it twice. Let's just keep it simple right now. So this will build and fail. Oh, it probably fails because at the integration level I need it as well. Yeah, so also the executor doesn't take a players yet. The executor doesn't actually have a public API yet. All right, so here it is. So shared pointer to a players. This is the object. Let's think of something cool. Like this is the object which houses the single source of truth about players in the game. Doesn't that sound cool? Single source of truth? That came to mind because that's language that React uses to describe state in React apps. It's the single source of truth, as in a player doesn't exist unless they're in that object. They cease to exist if that object says that they don't exist anymore. So I need to include its header. Players. All right, and then we're going to add that to the implementation. Mobilize, where are you? Come on, Telsense, there you go. Okay, so we'll just do the minimum here, because I want to see the test fail at first. Minimum does not use it at all, so it still won't build because where we have it in the real integration layer, it's missing. That's in Realm Server Host. So we need to just make one. Players. Learn OpenGL. Actually, that's where I started from, if I remember right. Let me look at that. That sounds real familiar. If this one starts with how to draw a triangle, then it's definitely the one I read through. Where do you actually see the triangle built? Yeah, okay, yeah. This is what I did. I learned OpenGL from this, but I don't know if I went through the entire thing. I don't know if this all existed. I think I might have gotten to lighting and model loading and stopped there. I don't even think these existed back when I remember this was still being developed or something when I first went through it. Yeah, so this is definitely, I recommend this is a nice way to learn OpenGL. Oh, and that was Raleigh Monkey asking about it, yeah. Cool. All right. So it's where configuration is pulled in, is where I want to configuration is mentioned everywhere. Okay, coordinator will eventually need to know the players too. For now, only the executor needs it. Players. So players is just make one. Okay, there we go. So this might seem strange. I'm making an empty players list, and the way it's going to work for now is it will always be reconstructed from the journal. So the executor, when it mobilizes, one of the first things it does is it will play through. Actually, it doesn't look like it's doing that. What's this low configuration? No, that's not the right one. Oh, yeah. It subscribes to the journal, and the very first time an entry is committed, in its callback, it will go through all of the entries it hasn't looked at yet, and so that'll rebuild the entire player table from scratch. It is done here. It has a... wait a minute. That's not where it is. Where's the loop? Oh wait, this is a bug. If we skip over, it's gonna skip commands. Oh, I need to fix that. I need to put that on a list. That's a bug. Bug. Executor does not execute a command if commit index skips it. It really should loop through all of the commands up to the index and execute them all. Right now it's only executing the one at the index. Right? Actually, it's not even using index. It's just using the entry. Oh, wait a minute. I think it's because the journal does the looping. Let me look. Let me find this. Yeah, we might be safe after all. No, we're not safe. It doesn't loop. So either the journal or the executor need to loop, and it doesn't loop right now. Okay, I'll fix that later. Let's say either does not commit or journal does not commit all indices if it advances more than one index. So I need to fix that later. Anyway, that's what it's supposed to do. It should be rebuilding it from nothing. Wonder how it's working now. Might just be a happy side effect that we're advancing one index at a time. I'll look into it. Anyway, we are building, so now we can test. Alright, so really I only care about executor tests right now. So it fails, it does not create Alice. It's because we don't have any logic to do that. So the way it's handled is that there's a table of commands and then methods to execute them. So we're going to add one. And I'm trying to keep them in alphabetical order. So create player would go there, and we'd have on create player. And then we'll just copy this part of this command and paste there. Say on create player. Execute the create player command by adding a new player to the game. Alright, so we recover the command by doing a static cast, which we are allowed to do because the type has already been verified at runtime. It should be a create player command. So now all I need to do is say, oh, wait a minute. We need to actually declare that type. Create player. On create player. So we will say, oh, here, I need access to the players, which means I need to store them, so let's do that. Alright. So we will keep the players around near the configuration. And I'm going to copy the documentation as well. This thing. Alright. Players is scoped within Realm server. As long as we include the right header, which we are not. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Is that, we gain that from here? Yeah, okay, never mind. On create player. So now that we have access to players, I can say players add, and then the username is in the command dot username, and then the record is command dot record. Actually, you know what? It's a const. Why is it const? Shouldn't it be consumed, and then I could use the R value semantics? I want to be able to say standard move that. It's not going to let me because these are const. Let me fix that. We should be able to consume the command. There's no reason why we can't. Yes, so we can do standard move. Oh, wait a minute. No, we can't. The journal just let us borrow it. Okay, well, that means I should probably make a note. We don't really gain any benefit from players add taking record by R value. Change to make it take const reference. I'm not going to do it now because I'm trying to wind up the stream, and just to get this to work, I'll just make it a temporary. On create player, we'll just, instead of moving, we'll just create a new one. So player record from that. That should be all I need to do. Oh, I need to spell it correctly. Actually, hold on. Do I need the scope there? I do. Okay, confirmed. So let's see if that makes the test pass. Yay! It wasn't that hard of a test. Does it execute the command by doing the thing? Yes. Great. That's all we need you to do for now, executor, is execute the command. The executor really just is going to be a thin object that takes commands and unwinds them, so to speak. The command is like what you should do, and then we just do it. It's really plain and simple, cut and dry. Let me check that in. I think I'm going to call it here after I check in the code. So, add players to executor and execute create player command. Execute create player command. Provide access. Provide player access to executor. Well, no, it's the other way around. Players. Yeah, okay. Check that in. And make sure I didn't forget anything. I ran all the tests, right? Just do one last run of everything. Everything's checked in. Everything passes. Yes, yes, okay. And that card gets moved. Player, wait a minute. New player registration. Done. Okay. So tomorrow what I'll work on is the rest of the stuff I planned for today, since I planned way too much. It's going to be authentication, which is pretty much just run the hash function again and make sure you get a matching hash. And I wanted to do a few things in here, generating a random code and registering a handler that we can use to verify an email address. And that I intend to use just to allow players the peace of mind that they entered the password, they entered their email correctly, so that they can reset their password later if they forget. That's all that really is. Not planning to use email addresses for anything other than allowing players to reset their passwords. So why do I have this as a separate list? This is a dupe, I think. What's 2FA? Oh, two-factor authentication. Actually, yeah, I should make a card for that. I at least want to study that. Two-factor. Actually, there's two things I want to look into. Authentication, and the other one is OpenID. Just to give people different levels of security. Like two-factor authentication is more secure, and then OpenID is just more convenience. You don't have to create an account. You would just say, "Hey, let Google authenticate me for you," and then it would just use your credential, or it would use your name from Google or whatever. So that's both authentication and identification. So it handles the email thing as well. So yeah, it's on the list now. Let me put it in the right labels. This is security. And the other one is a combination, actually. Security and... Did I have something in here for email? What did I use for email? What did I have for email? Game state. Oh, right, because it links their player entry. These I'm trying to make each label like a subsystem of the game and have tags by subsystem. All right. So yeah, at some point I'll research this two-factor authentication and OpenID and get back to it. But for now, I'm not even going to do the email sending. I'm just doing the prep work for supporting that. I need to research how to send emails from my servers, like what's the best way. And password and email changes, and then some React work to make a user interface for all this stuff. Oh, wait a minute. I think this wasn't a dupe. This was, let me make a note. Coordinator client. This is the client message / coordinator mechanisms for player registration. And although it's not needed anymore, I can update this one and say this was only for the command execution part. Client and the coordinator aspects are handled separately. And this had to do with game state more than it did security. Security aspect because of the hashing. All right, I'm good with that. Actually, what happened to the note there? Oh, it got added down there. All right, fine. All right, so hope you enjoyed today. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific is my target range, although today I went over. And I I started late because I played a fellow streamer's game called Thrusty Ship from Mike and Principal. I played that for an hour since it's release day. I wanted to celebrate that. So, in the meantime, until I stream next time, there's a Discord if you want to know when I'm about to stream what the plan is. You can always look back at this Trello as well, since I'm going to keep like what I'm going to do the next stream and what I did the current stream gets shuffled to archive at the beginning of the next stream. Or you can look in my notes. So like there's always going to be a today link to the notes where I will add another page tonight sometime to say what next stream will be. So that's about it. Let me see who can go raid. And then I will go eat before I pass out of lack of energy. Okay, I haven't raided Leland in a while. You guys like Leland? I mentioned him earlier. He's working on a game completely in Lua, which I find remarkable. So there's his link. Let me get this set up. Why does it say I'm streaming Thrusty Ship? I don't know. I am not. I'm streaming Science and Tech right now. What did I miss? What's the question? Let me see. Before I raid Leland, what's the question? What are you planning to use for handling entities? Oh, I'm going to do it all in Lua. So there'll be Lua objects. And I probably persisted in a database. And that's as much as I know about entities. So I'll probably learn more about entity systems and entities. Before I get there, I'll be doing research and stuff. Yeah. We'll find that out together. How about that? When we get there. Please do ECS. That's an entity control system? Entity something system, right? I will write that down. A lot of notes today. Entity component system. There we go. I will research that. Definitely. Okay. Setting this up. There's a CPP14 talk about. Okay, cool. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I need to go get something to eat before I pass out. So, setting this up, and we'll go say hi to Leland, and I'll go eat. Sound good? Okay, thank you.